Chapter 4562. The peerless enemy directly broke through the barrier and killed his way into the primal chaos immortal mansion world. All the living beings in the primal chaos immortal mansion world were terrified to the extreme. A giant hand directly broke through the vault of heaven and smashed into the primal chaos immortal mansion world. This was a truly world-destroying attack. All the laws of heaven and earth were as fragile as thin paper in front of this giant hand. All the experts who saw this scene would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Even the half-step eternal realm Tongyu wasn't a match for that peerless existence. He was firmly suppressed by that giant hand and was about to be obliterated by that giant hand. But at this moment, a sword light soared up from the earth and directly slashed towards the giant hand in the sky. With a flash of sword light, the giant hand that was suppressing Tongyu was actually chopped off. What? Seeing this, all the powerful creatures were dumbfounded. Who was it that was attacking? Could it be Gu Fei? Only Gu Fei can contend against that kind of existence. A quasi-supreme from the primogenitor realm side. He came from the primogenitor realm and was well aware of Gu Fei's past deeds in the primogenitor realm. This peerless and ruthless person had nearly overturned half of the primogenitor realm. He had even risked his life to kill the first primogenitor demon. In the past, Gu Fei had fought the first primogenitor demon with his eternal realm cultivation. He had even forced the first primogenitor demon to not hesitate to use his life to open the reincarnation cycle and force Gu Fei into it. However, although the first primogenitor demon had died, Gu Fei was still alive and well. When the news reached the primogenitor realm, the primogenitor demons directly roared with unwillingness. Their strongest demon had died, but Gu Fei was still alive. Didn't this mean that their strongest primogenitor demon had died in vain? In the primogenitor realm, the entire primogenitor demons wanted nothing more than to tear Gu Fei to shreds. However, they couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. The last time they attacked Gu Fei even killed a progenitor fiend instead. It could be said that they suffered heavy losses. The death of a progenitor demons was definitely an irreparable loss for the progenitor demons. The power of the progenitor demons was once again weakened. They were the public enemies of the primogenitor realm and were surrounded by various factions. Without the first demon ancestor, the primogenitor demons were in a precarious situation. Not a single decent demon could be seen in the primogenitor realm. The great demons were all holed up in the Genesis Devil Land and did not dare to come out to do evil. The Origin Devil Land was the source of the primogenitor world's devils. It was said that the depths of the Origin Devil Land were connected to the true primogenitor world. For countless years, no one had ever been able to enter the depths of the Origin Demon Land. No one knew the shocking secrets of the depths of the Origin Demon Land. At this moment, the silhouette of a fiend appeared outside the primal chaos immortal estate. Haha, Gu Fei is in trouble. An old voice came from the primal chaos zone. The voice was filled with demonic nature. The eyes of the weaker cultivators turned red and they fell into a frenzied state. They attacked the people around them in a frenzy. An ancestor-level great demon. Someone sneered. Powerful auras rushed out from various parts of the primal chaos zone. Fellow Taoists, do you want to hunt demons together? A figure that looked like a divine sun walked out. He was like a sun in the sky, dispersing the chaotic aura within 100,000 miles. The power of the divine sun distorted the void. Great sun supremacy, you are not qualified to be my opponent. A ball of demonic aura appeared. The old voice came from the demonic aura. It was still filled with demonic nature. It was as if it could draw out the inner demons in the hearts of all living beings and make them demonize. What about me? At this moment, another tyrannical figure walked out. This person was surrounded by chaotic aura. His eyes were countless times brighter than the stars. A terrifying pressure spread out in all directions, making it hard for everyone to breathe. This was an extremely powerful existence. There was even a trace of eternal aura seeping out from his body. Di Jiutian, that ball of demonic aura, suddenly lit up with a bloody light. It was a pair of blood-colored demonic eyes that could pierce one's soul. The person who stood out was dressed in black. He held a battle spear in his hand. His battle intent soared into the 9 heavens, looking down on the world with disdain. He dared to fight against eternity. This madman, some people wanted to stand out to hunt demons. But when they saw Di Jiutian, they immediately retreated. This Di Jiutian was a ferocious person who dared to challenge Gu Fei. Right now, Di Jiutian was already Gu Fei's in-name disciple. With such an identity, Di Jiutian was even more unbridled. He dared to challenge anyone. I wonder if I'm qualified to fight against you. Di Jiutian stared emotionlessly at the ball of demonic aura. It's been a long time since I've met a decent opponent. It's time for me to stretch my old bones. An old voice rang out. From his words, everyone could tell that this demon treated Di Jiutian as an opponent. He directly ignored the Great Sun's supremacy. This made the Great Sun's supremacy feel extremely awkward. However, the other party was Di Jiutian. He accepted it. One had to know that Di Jiutian was a battle maniac. Even the top experts in the primogenitor realm didn't dare to underestimate this battle maniac. The Great Sun's supremacy came from the primogenitor realm. He was very clear about Di Jiutian's battle strength. Ever since Di Jiutian followed Gu Fei, his cultivation seemed to have increased by leaps and bounds. He even had a trace of eternal aura on him. He was most likely going to take that step. Haha, since Brother Di is making a move, I'll just watch from the sidelines. The Great Sun's supremacy laughed and left the server. Di Jiutian only nodded at the Great Sun's supremacy and didn't say anything. We can't miss this battle. Very quickly, the news spread out and more experts appeared in the nearby regions. Kill! The demon in the demonic aura roared. Boundless demonic aura suddenly exploded and enveloped 100,000 miles. It directly drowned Di Jiutian in the boundless demonic aura. It was as though the entire world had suddenly fallen into darkness. The terrifying demonic aura suddenly increased. Any living being that came into contact with the demonic aura underwent a shocking change. A small tree that grew in the chaos actually turned into a demonic tree under the corrosion of the demonic aura. It attacked the surrounding living beings in a frenzy. Die! An expert casually waved his hand, and an extremely sharp sword light flashed by. It directly cut the demonic tree in half and turned it into dust. Even a quasi-supreme expert's arm had only been touched by a trace of demonic chi, and his entire arm had turned black. Black scales had appeared on his arm, and his 5 fingers had become thin and long, like 5 small swords. He had been demonized in an instant. That quasi-supreme expert directly cut off his left arm. Kill! Di Jiutian also moved. With a roar, a divine light suddenly appeared in the demonic aura. Rays of divine light directly broke through the layers of demonic aura and rushed out. Boom! A huge collision broke out in the middle of the devil chi, and extremely violent energy waves spread out in all directions, terrifying to the extreme. The entire chaos zone was shaking. The eruption of the great battle attracted the attention of most of the supreme supremacies. However, the great battle in the immortal mansion world had alarmed the supreme existences of the 4 great realms. The everlasting realm. There's really an everlasting realm in this world. Some of the ancient existences exclaimed, Today, my sword will slay the everlasting. Gu Fei's voice spread throughout the entire chaotic realm. Then, countless people saw an unforgettable scene. They saw a sword light actually cut into the chaos, and a huge figure was slain by it. Shocking blood sprinkled from the sky. One of the drops landed on the ground and instantly turned into a sea of blood. The stench of blood filled the air. While Gu Fei was fighting the supreme existences, Guling was fighting Qin Zhou and Wu Fan. Zhou, Qi, and the Ziyin siblings also went up to help. Qin Zhou and Wu Fan's cultivation was really terrifying. Even though they were fighting 2 against 4, they were still not at a disadvantage. The more Guling fought, the more shocked she became. These 2 fellas were actually devouring their power. Didn't this mean that this fellow was already standing in an invincible position? Heaven-destroying palm. Wu Fan directly used his strongest mystique. A terrifying destructive power enveloped the surroundings. Without any suspense, Guling and the others were directly sent flying. After Guling stabilized herself, her face suddenly flushed red. In the next moment, she spat out a mouthful of blood. She could barely stand. Other than the Ziyun siblings, Zhou Qi's injuries were the heaviest. He continuously coughed out blood. Can't even withstand a single blow. Wu Fan was incomparably arrogant. However, he did have the confidence to be arrogant. Yin-yang split heaven and earth. The Ziyun siblings made their move. A yin-yang diagram appeared in the void. In the next moment, a heaven-devouring power surged out from the yin-yang diagram. Boundless heaven and earth essence gathered towards the yin-yang diagram. The void of the entire world started to tremble. Reincarnation? Who are you trying to scare? Qin Zhou laughed coldly. However, a scene that left Qin Zhou dumbfounded appeared. The yin-yang world that the Ziyin siblings had conjured had actually sucked Wu Fan in. How could this be? Qin Zhou was also dumbfounded by this scene. Just as everyone was rejoicing, a loud sound suddenly rang out. The void suddenly shattered, and a figure directly rushed out from the shattered void. This person was none other than Wu Fan, who had been sent into the yin-yang void by the Ziyin siblings. This Wu Fan was simply too heaven-defying. He was simply like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. It was truly difficult to kill him. However, if they were to be struck by his killer move, Guling and the others would be severely injured. This was extremely disadvantageous for them. Kill! I don't believe that I can't kill this demon. Zhou Qi roared. In the next moment, he took out an item. It was a scroll that emitted a supreme aura. Boom! Without any hesitation, Zhou Qi immediately opened the scroll. In the next moment, countless flying swords rushed out from the scroll. They covered the sky and pierced towards Wu Fan and Qin Zhou at an extremely fast speed. Such a large-scale attack had sealed off all escape routes for the 2 powerhouses. This. Chapter 4563. It was not without reason that the beings of Eternal World believed themselves to be a cut above the rest. The worldly laws of Eternal World were definitely much stronger than those of Primal Worlds, like Primal World and Primal World. In Eternal World, as long as one's cultivation base reached a certain level, one could assail the extreme Tao stage without any qualms. There was also no need to worry about disturbing the heavenly Tao. Although Wu Fan and Qin Zhou from Eternal World were also at the quasi-supreme stage, they were stronger than Zhou Qi, the Zhou family's little heavenly sovereign, Ziyin siblings, and the others. That was an indisputable fact. Even though the 4 of them had joined forces, Wu Fan was still beating them to the point of coughing out blood. That was strength, a strength that could sweep through those on the same level. As for Qin Zhou, he was also incomparably powerful. Every now and then, he would send Guling flying, showing no tenderness towards the fairer sex. 2 young experts from Eternal World had actually forced Guling and the others into a desperate situation. This was something that had never happened before in the 4 great worlds. Wang. Zhou Qi had no choice but to use his trump card. A scroll unfurled in his hand and countless flying swords rushed out from the scroll, blotting out the sky as they slashed towards Wu Fan and Qin Zhou. The entire world was filled with extremely sharp sword energy fluctuations. Every single sword light was at the extreme Tao stage. This was a scroll created by an extreme Tao Supreme. This was Zhou Qi's trump card. If it were not for the fact that he was forced into a corner by these 2 fellows, he would never use it. That was because it would disappear the moment he used it. In the next moment, a set of golden battle armor appeared on Wu Fan's body. His entire body shone with a myriad of golden light as a supreme aura spread out from his body. A series of clashing sounds rang out. In that instant, who knew how many flying swords slashed Wu Fan's body? But all of them were blocked by the battle armor on his body. This, Gu Ling and the others were shocked. As for Chen Zhou, endless divine runes of the great Tao rushed out from his body. Those Tao runes intertwined around him like a giant cocoon, enveloping him. The countless flying swords slashed the giant cocoon, but all of them instantly disappeared, melted away. What? Zhou Qi was shocked to the extreme. This was a scroll given to him by a peerless existence from the Zhou family. Sealed within the scroll was a portion of that peerless existence's power. To be more precise, the scroll could unleash a strike from that supreme being. What kind of Tao artifact is that? Zhou Qi was inexplicably shocked. The Tao artifact used by the other party was too powerful. It could actually block his attack so easily. He even doubted whether his scroll could really unleash an attack from an extreme Tao honorable. Haha, this kind of attack that seals its power on a scroll is simply unworthy. Wu Fan laughed heartily. What did you say? Zhou Qi was furious. On the other hand, Gu Ling's expression became very solemn. These two fellows' methods and Tao artifacts seemed to be very impressive. Was there really a greater world in this world that was better than the primogenital world and the primogenital world? Gu Ling sensed something familiar from the aura of the Tao treasures on their bodies. She had sensed something similar from her father. Eternal! Gu Ling was shocked. Could the Tao treasure on his body be the legendary eternal Tao treasure? If that was the case, then these two fellows were already invincible. If their Tao artifacts were truly eternal Tao artifacts, then even if they stood still and let Gu Ling and the others attack them, they would definitely not be injured in the slightest. All right, it's my turn. Wu Fan stared at Zhou Qi with a sinister smile. In the next moment, his body trembled, and a clanging sound immediately came from his body. In the next moment, rays of golden sword radiance rushed out from his golden armor and pierced toward Zhou Qi. Golden Tao patterns circled and intertwined on each golden sword radiance. Each sword radiance emitted an immortal aura. Damn it! Zhou Qi held the scroll in his hand horizontally and blocked the attack. However, the golden sword radiance directly pierced through the scroll and Zhou Qi's body. This made Zhou Qi inexplicably shocked. Oh no! Zhou Qi only felt that all the origin qi in his body was gathering towards the wound. It was constantly being destroyed by a force that had invaded his body. This was a great Tao injury. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to recover from a great Tao injury. However, as the little heavenly lord of the Zhou clan in the human realm, Zhou Qi's cultivation was also extremely powerful. He had already taken half a step into the extreme Tao realm. He channeled his mystic art with all his might, wanting to force out the destructive force that had invaded his body. However, that force was like maggots in his bones and could not be expelled at all. How is this possible? Zhou Qi hurriedly retreated. The scroll in front of him was directly sliced into pieces by the golden sword radiance. Humph. At this moment, Gu Ling moved. She took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Zhou Qi. The countless golden sword gleams that were piercing through stopped several feet away from her. An invisible force spread out from Gu Ling's body and blocked all the attacks. What? Wu Fan and Qin Zhou were both shocked. What was going on? No one dared to act rashly. Buzz! A loud sound came from Gu Ling's body. In the next moment, her outer clothes were torn apart, revealing the sky-blue immortal gold armor underneath. On the armor, countless Tao patterns intertwined. An eternal aura seeped out from Gu Ling's armor. An eternal Tao treasure? When Wu Fan and Chen Zhou saw the armor on Gu Ling's body, their eyes immediately lit up. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. How could someone in this world obtain an eternal Tao treasure? An eternal Tao treasure was something that only an eternal being could refine. Naturally, its power was incomparably powerful. A true eternal Tao treasure could kill an extreme, supreme being. Let's go. Wu Fan and Qin Zhou immediately turned and fled. That was a true eternal Tao treasure. Once the power of the Tao treasure was activated by the other party, they would die a terrible death. Qian Kuan slash. Gu Ling did not hesitate at all. She immediately activated the sky blue immortal gold armor and slashed at Wu Fan and Qin Zhou, who were high up in the sky. That was a supreme sword radiance formed from the power of the sky blue immortal gold armor. Roar! Wu Fan desperately activated the golden armor on his body. Countless golden Tao patterns exploded from the armor, densely packed together. It was as though there was no end to it. However, the sword radiance flashed past his body and his entire body stopped. In the next moment, a gust of wind blew and Wu Fan's entire body collapsed. He was actually sliced into thousands of pieces by the sword aura. Even the golden armor on his body could not protect him in front of a real eternal Taoist treasure. Any Taoist treasure was just a piece of trash. Chapter 4564. How is this possible? Wu Fan's primordial spirit was slashed by the immortal sword light formed by Gu Ling's sky blue immortal golden battle armor. No matter what life-saving techniques he cultivated, they were all useless at this moment. They couldn't save his life at all. Boom! Wu Fan's primordial spirit instantly split into billions of clones that rushed in all directions. Some of them even charged into the bodies of some living beings and forcibly took over their bodies. However, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded happened. Countless figures were quickly annihilated and dissipated into the void. Up in the sky, countless figures were constantly being created and destroyed. However, their numbers were rapidly decreasing, and one figure after another disappeared into the void. Those were the primordial spirit clones that Wu Fan had cultivated. Even though he had created billions of clones, he still couldn't escape this calamity. Soon, there were only a few dozen figures left in the sky. Even the primordial spirit clones that had taken over the bodies of other living beings dissipated directly into the bodies of those living beings. The powerful primordial spirit power had benefited those living beings for nothing. I can't accept this. In the end, there was only one figure left in the sky. Wu Fan's primordial spirit only uttered those 3 words before disappearing into the void with the wind. Death in body and soul was the most thorough way for cultivators, especially powerful ones. They wouldn't even be able to convert to the ghost Tao. Eternal world. To the east of the eternal divine dynasty's territory was an endless sea. The land that the Wu family of the East Sea had rented was not on land, but on the sea. An angry roar suddenly came from a divine island 30,000 miles away in the East Sea. The peace of the entire island was instantly broken. The primitive forests around the island were immediately thrown into chaos. Countless wild beasts were frightened and fled in all directions. Roar! A huge figure stood up from a remote valley. Its mountain-like body was covered in thick scales. A violent aura erupted from the beast. No other powerful wild beasts could be seen within a radius of 10,000 miles above the island. Lingshao Island in the East Sea was rented by the Wu family. The island was divided into a part of the sea and a part of the sky. On the divine island that floated high in the sky, there were pavilions, terraces, and waterfalls dotted the landscape. At the top of the island was an ancient shrine. This was the ancestral hall of the Wu clan. Who dares to kill my bloodline? An old voice came from the ancestral hall of God Island. The higher-ups of the Wu clan were all shocked, especially the leader of the Wu clan. The Wu family head was originally in seclusion, but it was impossible for him to come out. Wu Fan is dead! The Wu family's patriarch was shocked to the extreme. Although Wu Fan wasn't in extreme supremacy, he was already half a step into the supremacy stage. He was a quasi-supremacy. Moreover, Wu Fan was also wearing a golden battle armor, a half-step eternal Tao artifact. With this quasi-eternal Tao artifact protecting him, who could kill him? Even the strongest existence among the extreme Tao Supremes couldn't kill Wu Fan, unless it was a super antique half-step into the eternal realm. However, it was impossible for such an existence to exist in the lower realm, because the lower realm's heaven and earth laws weren't perfect enough. It was difficult to give birth to half-step eternal realm existences. Of course, there were some exceptions, because the primal world could still give birth to such existences. However, such existences couldn't possibly deal with a little guy like Wu Fan. In any case, Wu Fan was dead, and he had died in the lower realm. This was an indisputable fact. The death of the Wu clan's divine son was definitely an earth-shattering event for the Wu clan of the East Sea. After all, it was not easy to cultivate a divine son. The price they had to pay was unimaginable. Of course, the Wu clan of the East Sea wasn't like the eternal godly dynasty, which focused on cultivating a divine son. The Wu clan had 3 divine sons and a goddess, but now that Wu Fan was dead, the Wu clan only had 2 divine sons and 1 goddess. Wu Fan's death wasn't a bad thing for some people in the Wu clan. Wu Fan actually died in the lower realm. What a surprise! In the Wu clan's ancestral land, on an island above Heaven's Soaring Island in the East Sea, several people were sitting in a secret chamber. The leader was an old man with white hair and brows. The person who spoke was a young man in a white robe. Although the man was just sitting down, an extremely domineering aura emanated from his body. As he looked around, he exuded a domineering aura. It wasn't a secret that the Wu clan had produced an overlord. Wu Ba was one of the 3 divine sons cultivated by the Wu clan of the East Sea. His eternal overlord body technique was one of the few heavenly skills in the entire celestial continent. His cultivation was even higher than Wu Fan's, and he was the strongest divine son of the Wu clan of the East Sea. Haha, it's good that Wu Fan died. Good that he died. Another young man who looked a little like Wu Ba laughed. Second brother, it's better to say this here. If word of this gets out, it'll be very troublesome. Wu Ba said indifferently. Yes, big brother. He still had a gloating look on his face. Wu Fan's death gave Wu Ba's bloodline the upper hand in the battle for the position of clan master. Wu Fan used to be Wu Ba's strongest opponent, but now Wu Ba had no opponents. If everything went according to plan, Wu Ba would be the next clan master. Don't be too happy yet. After all, the position of clan master has always been occupied by the bloodline of the ancestor. Although we are also the main bloodline of the clan, we are still not as good as the direct descendants. The old man said in a low voice. In a large clan like the Wu clan, they paid particular attention to the order of seniority. The eldest bloodline was the direct descendant. Although the other bloodlines also had the same ancestor, they were still not as good as the direct descendants. It was an indisputable fact that the direct descendants of the Wu clan were the strongest. Of course, there had been a clan master who was not from the direct descendants of the Wu clan. However, it was extremely rare in the long history of the Wu clan. That's right, we can't be careless, a middle-aged man said with a serious expression. He was Wu Ba's father. Granduncle, what do you think we should do next? The middle-aged man asked the old man carefully. Humph, we don't need to do anything. We just need to listen to the clan master's orders, the old man said coldly. The crowd nodded. Now was the time to deal with the changes. At the same time, in another place in the Wu clan's ancestral ground, someone was talking in a secret chamber. Cousin died just like that? I don't believe it. A woman in a purple outfit said. His life medallion is broken. You still don't believe it? Another woman in a white outfit said calmly. Once a life medallion was broken, it meant that the owner of the life medallion had died. Wu Fan was definitely dead. This caused a huge commotion in the Wu clan. Sigh. The woman sighed, feeling a little sad. However, Her expression soon returned to being as cold as ice. Wu Fan is dead. Wu Ba will be even more difficult to deal with. A middle-aged woman frowned. Even if the sky falls, there's still the tall one to hold it up. Let Wu Ba and Wu Yao fight for it, the woman said coldly. Wu Ba and Wu Yao were two of the 3 divine princes of the Wu clan of the East Sea. With Wu Fan's death, it was time to determine a winner between them. Let's wait and see, the middle-aged woman said. At that moment, countless cultivators had gathered in the ancestral land of the Wu clan. Under the order of the Wu clan leader, countless cultivators entered the other world through the realm gate, just a few hours before the experts of the Wu clan set out, within the world of the primal chaos immortal manor. Guling activated the sky blue immortal gold battle armor and directly transformed into an invincible goddess of war, and she crushed Qinzhou to the point he had no way out. Aren't you very powerful? Guling's punch made Qinzhou's nose bleed. His face looked like it was dyed red. Aren't you high and mighty? Bam! Guling stomped her foot on Qinzhou's head, causing him to fall from the sky. Boom! A huge crater was formed on the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Roar! Qinzhou was furious. He roared at the sky as if he had gone mad. Kill me if you can. Come on, kill me. Qinzhou shouted crazily. Kill you? That's too easy for you. Guling suddenly smiled. With a wave of her right hand, she sent Qin Tian flying through the distance of 1,000 zhang. His face immediately swelled up, and over 10 teeth flew out of his mouth. When had Qinzhou, who came from the Chen clan of the Eternal World, ever been in such a wretched state? He wanted to kill himself. I'll fight you to the death. Qinzhou charged at Guling with disheveled hair. Humph! Guling waved her hands. 10 beams of sword light shot out from her hands, instantly piercing Qinzhou's body and causing a mist of blood to spray out. However, Qinzhou did not defend himself at all. He allowed the beams of sword light to pierce through his body. Then he pounced forward and grabbed Guling. His speed was extremely fast. Moreover, he had used a secret technique of the Qin clan. Even Guling could not avoid his desperate pounce. Everyone, let's die together. Qinzhou went completely mad. His entire body shone with countless rays of light as a terrifying power of destruction erupted from his body. Oh no! Everyone retreated far away when they saw this. Self-destruct? Guling also seemed to be startled. Boom! Before Guling could finish her thought, Qinzhou's entire body exploded. The violent power of destruction engulfed Guling in an instant. Daoist Gu, Zhouqi, the Ziyin siblings, and the others were scared out of their wits when they saw this. They hurriedly activated their Dao weapons to protect themselves and charged into the distance. Even so, they were still blown away by the explosion of destructive energy, and the divine light emitted by their protective Dao tools dimmed instantly. Cracks appeared on the shield that Zhouqi was using to protect himself, as if it could shatter at any time. This made him extremely frightened. The Ziyin siblings worked together to activate a bronze bell. Although they managed to block the power of destruction, the runes on the bronze bell dimmed as well. Guling! The experts watching the battle from afar were extremely nervous. That madman actually self-destructed. That was the self-destruction of a quasi-supreme. Guling is dead? Chapter 45-65. Qinzhou actually self-destructed. This shocked everyone to the extreme. It should be known that this meant that both his body and soul would be destroyed. A powerful creature would never self-destruct unless it was forced into a dead end. This was the final method to perish together with the enemy. Rumble! The moment Qinzhou self-destructed, it was as terrifying as 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. Everything that belonged to Qinzhou instantly collapsed and turned into dust. Even his inner world was the same. The destructive power that erupted from the collapse of his inner world was even more terrifying and powerful. It was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Even a quasi-supreme would be stunned. Moreover, Qin Zhou came from the eternal world. The great Tao that he cultivated was incomparably powerful. The power of his self-destruction was naturally much more terrifying. A terrifying storm of destruction swept out in all directions. Everything in its path was obliterated, no longer existing. The area within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was instantly turned into dust. Some powerful creatures that were watching the battle in the surroundings were affected. A powerful quasi-supreme was instantly turned into a mist of blood. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Even Zhou Qi and the Ziyin siblings were coughing up blood, especially Zhou Qi. His entire body was covered in cracks, and he looked like he was about to fall apart. The little heavenly venerate from the Zhou clan of the ancient desolation was quite frightened. He looked down at the shield-type Tao artifact in his hand and saw that it was also covered in countless cracks. Almost 80% of the Tao patterns within it had been obliterated. I actually destroyed a quasi-supreme Tao artifact. Zhou Qi felt extremely pained. It should be known that this was a quasi-supreme Tao artifact. Moreover, it was a protective Tao artifact. If it wasn't for the protection of this Tao artifact, he would probably have to crush the greater teleportation talisman and leave the chaotic, immortal mansion world. However, if he did that, he would have to give up on this trial. Unless he could get Gu Fei's permission, he wouldn't be able to enter the chaotic, immortal mansion world again. Zhou Qi naturally didn't want to leave just like that. Fellow Guling, Zhou Qi felt a great impact. He looked forward and saw dust rising into the sky. The sky was dark and the earth was dark. A terrifying aura of destruction rushed towards him, causing his soul to tremble. He quickly took out a god pill and swallowed it. In the next moment, his entire body erupted with a type of 5-colored divine light. That was the 5 elements divine pill, condensing 5 elements spiritual essence. The pill could dissolve within his body. The cracks on his body disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the Ziyin siblings also took out divine pills and swallowed them. They had to recover their cultivation and battle prowess as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous here. As for the core region where Chen Tian had self-destructed, everything seemed to have been destroyed. It was as if nothing was left behind. Zhou Qi and the rest could not sense Guling's aura at all. They were all bewildered. Was Guling really dead? That was Gu Fei's daughter. Naturally, Gu Fei's daughter would not die so easily. However, Qin Zhou was a formidable figure from Eternal World. His self-destruction was no small matter. Zhou Qi and Ziyin were only at the periphery of the explosion. Even so, they had still ended up suffering from serious injuries. One could only imagine what kind of attack Guling, who was at the core of the explosion, would suffer. As Chen Zhou was blowing himself up, an ancient primogenitor within the ancestral grounds of the Chen clan in Eternal World woke up from its slumber. An extremely powerful divine sense instantly enveloped the entire Chen clan's ancestral land. Qin Zhou has died. An ancient voice rang out in the Chen clan's ancestral land, spreading throughout the entire ancestral land. At this moment, deep within the Chaos Immortal Mansion, Gu Fei was engaged in a fierce battle with the unparalleled existence that had crossed over from another world. Boom! The unparalleled existence that had crossed over from another world possessed a monstrous battle prowess. With a wave of his hand, he could shatter the void. The world here was extremely stable. To be able to shatter the void here was naturally extraordinary. Bam! Gu Fei's fist seemed slow, but it blocked the unparalleled existence's attack. In the end, they killed their way into the primal chaos. No one knew the result of the battle. The unparalleled existence had retreated and Gu Fei had returned. However, it did not take long for a gate of light to appear within the Chaos Immortal Mansion. Listen up, all of you. The people from Eternal World will also be participating in this trial. If you can kill them, then kill them ruthlessly. If you can't, then just hide. Gu Fei's voice spread throughout the Chaos Immortal Mansion. At the same time, It reached the ears of every living being there. What? Everyone was shocked. The people from Eternal World were coming. Some were brimming with fighting spirit, while others were feeling uneasy. That was the legendary, unparalleled world, after all. The living beings there were peerlessly powerful. Humph! Are the people from Eternal World invincible? Someone said disdainfully. After the battle between Gu Fei and the unparalleled existence had retreated. However, he made a condition. The people from Eternal World must also participate in this trial. At this time, the gate of light floating high in the sky suddenly opened, and a figure walked out. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw who it was. It was a peerlessly beautiful woman in white. Although she looked weak, the aura she exuded was tyrannical to the extreme. Swoosh! The white-robed woman took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. She was nowhere to be seen. Then, experts of the younger generation from Eternal World kept crossing over to the Chaos Immortal Mansion. Most of them were from the major forces of the Eternal Divine Dynasty. Soon, a great battle broke out in the Chaos Immortal Mansion. A woman in white was fighting with two experts from the human realm outside a valley. Violent energy fluctuations erupted, attracting the attention of countless experts. The woman in white was extremely powerful. Soon, the two experts who were fighting with her were killed by her. She directly rushed into the valley, broke through the layers of killing arrays, and took away a quasi-immortal herb. How could you agree to that guy's condition? At this time, in the deepest part of the Chaos Immortal Mansion, Gu Fei was talking to Old Tortoise and the others. The living beings of Eternal World, on the whole, are definitely much stronger than us. Old Tortoise's uncle said in a deep voice, "What are you afraid of? Although the living beings of Eternal World are powerful, we are not to be trifled with." Old Tortoise's fighting spirit erupted. He wanted to stimulate all his potential in a battle of life and death. There is an immortal herb here. If the people of Eternal World get it, it will be a great loss, a golden-haired young man said. A golden-haired youth said. He was Yuan Hong, the sacred prince of the golden spirit ape lineage. He who can take that thing away? A figure shrouded in black smoke sneered. Playing tricks. Chapter 4566. Someone from the Eternal World wanted to participate in the Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion World's trial. This was a big deal. The top forces of the four worlds were all alarmed. That was the legendary Eternal World. Since ancient times, it had never appeared before anyone from the four worlds. For the top experts of the four worlds, the Eternal World was a legend. Furthermore, it was a legend that had yet to be verified. But now the legend had come true. The legendary Eternal Supreme Paradise. The supreme experts of the most ancient races of the four worlds came out in shock. Even some ancient ancestors who had been in seclusion could no longer sit still. Some of the ancient ancestors who had been lying in their coffins smashed the lids of their coffins. Like corpses, they appeared in the world again, shocking the experts of the various worlds. For these ancient ancestors, there was no hope for this life. They had wanted to seal themselves and come out in the next life to search for opportunities there. But now they saw hope again. Enter the eternal realm. All the ancient ancestors who were stuck at the peak of the extreme Tao became excited. They immediately headed for the boundary between the celestial realm and the primal beginning realm. This was the boundary between the two worlds. The laws of the two worlds intertwined, collided, and obliterated each other, forming a scene that seemed to have existed before the world was created. It was like a world of primal chaos. However, this was not a world of primal chaos. When the laws of the two worlds collided, primal chaos lightning would be produced. This primal chaos lightning was definitely one of the most terrifying lightning in the world. It could tear apart the bodies of saints. It was very dangerous for saints to walk in this place. Any living being below the saint level would be instantly killed by the lightning if they touched this primal chaos lightning. They would be turned to ashes, completely destroyed in body and soul. Only quasi-supreme existences could walk in this place that was similar to primal chaos. At this time, one powerful figure after another rushed into this chaotic land, completely ignoring the chaotic laws here. The primal chaos lightning that could tear apart the bodies of saints couldn't even touch the clothes of these ancient ancestors. Human realm, celestial realm, primal beginning realm. No one knew how many great mysteries were hidden in these four worlds. But there was no doubt that there were many ancient ancestors in the four worlds. Ancient ancestors were peerless existences. Every ancient ancestor was an extreme Tao Supreme. Their background was big enough to scare people to death. At this time, within the primal chaos, Di Jiutian was fighting against a demon. Their battle caused the primal chaos to shatter, and blood dyed his long robes. He was a war emperor above the 9 heavens, and the battle spear in his hand pierced through the heaven and earth. However, the one he was fighting was a demon from Eternal World. Even though this demon was not an eternal great demon, his cultivation base was extremely formidable. He was practically invincible amongst those on the same level as him. Haha, I didn't expect there to be such a character in the lower realm. Follow me. The great demon laughed and attacked. The blood-colored demonic palm enveloped the entire world. Rumble! The void that was enveloped by the blood-colored demonic palm was directly annihilated. Kill! Although Di Jiutian was injured, his battle intent was even stronger than before. The battle spear in his hand shone with an unprecedented radiance. The entire chaotic zone was shaking. Emperor moves the 9 heavens. The ancient ancestors, watching from afar, couldn't help but exclaim. Boom! The blood-colored demonic palm pressed down and collided with the divine radiance that shot into the sky. There was a loud explosion, and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. At the border of the 2 worlds, one bottomless crack after another appeared. Is this the power and terror of a supreme existence at the end of the extreme Tao? Someone under the protection of the ancient ancestors witnessed this battle. Di Jiutian was directly smashed into the ground. The blood-colored demonic palm that had descended from the sky also dissipated in the void, and a drop of demonic blood dripped from the sky. Good. I don't even know how long it's been since I've been injured or bled. You're the only one in the past 100,000 years who can hurt me. A giant blood-colored demonic eye appeared in the void. The 2 demonic eyes seemed to be connected to 2 blood-colored worlds, and they emitted a soul-stirring demonic light. Boom! At this moment, the ground suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from the ground. Endless divine light erupted from his body, as if a divine sun had appeared in the primal chaos zone. Di Jiutian had fought all over the 9 heavens in pursuit of the strongest power. He had never been in such a difficult situation before. His opponent was too strong, and he even felt helpless. However, he couldn't admit defeat so easily. He wanted to fight to his heart's content. Being my subordinate isn't a bad thing for you. Don't make a mistake. The demon's indifferent voice rang out. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then scram. Di Jiutian stared at the 2 blood-colored eyes in front of him, the spear in his hand vibrating. Do you want to die? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. The demon's voice turned cold. Whoosh! The 2 demonic eyes in the void suddenly shot out countless blood-colored demonic lights. Each beam pierced through the void and instantly pierced through Di Jiutian. Countless rays of blood-colored light rushed out of Di Jiutian's body. What shocked everyone was that Di Jiutian's blood kept flying out. What kind of demonic technique is this? The ancient ancestors who were watching from the side were extremely shocked. This demonic technique could actually devour the opponent's qi and blood. It was clearly a terrifying demonic technique. Qi and blood were life to any living creature. Once their qi and blood were completely devoured, even someone at Di Jiutian's level would die. This was because both the Tao body and the primordial spirit existed on the basis of qi and blood. What? Even Di Jyotian was shocked. He could feel his life rapidly draining away. His flesh and blood were shrinking. In just an instant, he had become much thinner. What pure essence qi! The demon from the eternal world exclaimed. Di Jyotian's qi and blood were definitely a great supplement for him. Its effect was no less than that of an immortal divine medicine. Di Jyotian used a secret technique. An immortal blade of light rushed out of his brow and instantly severed the qi and blood that were rushing out of his body. Oh! The demonic light shining out of the demon's blood-colored demonic eyes grew even stronger. The other party could actually sever his devouring demonic power. Since when were the living creatures of the lower realms so powerful? As Di Jyotian was fighting the demon from the eternal world, the ancient ancestors from the 4 great worlds kept arriving. At this time, even the demon from the eternal world could not help but be moved. This is a demon from the eternal world. Capture him, and you will know the secret of the eternal world. Someone in the dark shouted at the top of his lungs. What? A demon from the eternal world? The ancient ancestors from the 4 great worlds were both shocked and overjoyed. The allure of the eternal world was absolutely fatal. Many of them were tempted. In just an instant, the demon with the blood-colored demonic eyes sensed that at least a dozen ancient ancestors' divine senses had locked onto him. Who is so wicked as to plot against me? Chapter 45:67. A demon from the eternal world? The ancient ancestors who were watching the battle grew excited. If they could capture this guy, wouldn't they be able to find out the truth about the legendary eternal world? The eternal world was the legendary place where one could obtain the eternal grand Tao. Those who were stuck at the peak of the extreme Tao had lived for countless years. Their only goal in life was to become an eternal one and jump out of this chess game. Since this demon came from the eternal world, the ancient ancestors would not let him leave so easily. Almost at the same time, 5 ancient ancestors charged at the demon. Powerful ancient ancestor auras spread out, shaking the entire primal chaos zone. What? You want to gang up on me? The blood-red demon's eyes flashed with a terrifying demonic light. If you think so, then yes. One of the ancient ancestors sneered. TCH, everyone has the right to kill demons. An ancient ancestor said righteously, kill you my ass. The demon's eyes flashed and a blood-red demonic light shot out. It pierced through the void and instantly arrived before the righteous ancient ancestor. What? The ancient ancestor was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was impossible. He could only block with both hands. His palms shone with dazzling divine light. His palms looked like they were forged from immortal gold. An unimaginably powerful fluctuation of the extreme Tao spread out in all directions. However, the demonic light instantly pierced through the ancient ancestor's hands, and then it pierced through the ancient ancestor's Tao body. Roar! The ancient ancestor roared, and his peak extreme Tao power burst out. His hands and Tao body, which had been pierced by the demonic light, healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the ancient ancestor's wounds had only just healed when they exploded again. A mist of blood filled the air. This was a grand Tao injury. It was not easy for the ancient ancestor to expel the opponent's grand Tao power from his body. Reckless fool! The demonic aura from the demon's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Soon, the wounds on the ancient ancestor's body grew bigger. He could feel the demonic power invading his body and quickly erasing his life force. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the ancient ancestor died. Because the demon's Tao was stronger than the ancient ancestor's Tao, the ancient ancestor's Tao was suppressed and destroyed. In the end, there was only one outcome for the ancient ancestor, and that was death. Save me! The ancient ancestor was truly frightened. Humph! An ancient ancestor came to the other ancient ancestor's back and placed his right hand on the other's back. In the next moment, a powerful force of the great path surged from his hand into the ancient ancestor's body. Rumble! A shocking sound came from the ancient ancestor's body. It was like the rumbling of heavenly thunder. With the combined power of the two great ancient ancestors, countless divine lights of the great path intertwined on the wound of the ancient ancestor who had been wounded by the demon. Streaks of black power of the great path were forced out and dissipated in the void. Kill! The other ancient ancestors were visibly moved. The other ancient ancestors attacked. Powerful peak extreme path attacks drowned out the pair of demonic eyes. The 5 ancient ancestors attacked, causing the void to explode. A terrifying destructive aura spread out. Countless beings were terrified to the extreme. At this time, Di Jiutian was displeased. All of you scram! Di Jiutian roared. Endless divine power erupted. The 5 ancient ancestors felt a great impact at the same time. Their expressions changed. Was Di Jiutian crazy? He's mine. Di Jiutian glanced at the 5 ancient ancestors. You, one of the ancient ancestors, a white-robed old man, was both shocked and angry. Di Jiutian was peerless and a battle maniac. In the past, they really wouldn't have been afraid of him, but not now. Di Jiutian was now Gu Fei's nominal disciple. If they touched Di Jiutian, the consequences would be dire. Di Jiutian was very powerful. The 5 ancient ancestors could only retreat unwillingly. The combined attack of the 5 ancient ancestors couldn't do anything to the demon. The blood-red demonic eyes were still there, still releasing a powerful demonic aura. How is this possible? The ancient ancestors watching the battle nearby couldn't help but be shocked. That demon, a black-robed youth who was hiding to the side and watching the show, shrunk his neck. The strength of this demon was beyond his expectations. Hee, be careful not to be targeted by that demon. A purple-robed man stood beside the black-robed young man. Sai, there's a battle in the primal chaos immortal mansion. I didn't think there would be a battle outside as well. How unlucky. The black-robed young man sighed. Let's go meet those fellows from the eternal world. As the purple-robed man spoke, he crushed the talismans in his hand. In the next moment, he disappeared into the void. Ji Changkong, seeing the purple-robed man leave, the black-robed young man quickly crushed the talisman in his hand and disappeared into the void as well. At this time, in the primal chaos immortal mansion, the quasi-supremes from the eternal world appeared. The quasi-supremes from the eternal world clashed with the experts from the 4 worlds the moment they appeared. Soon, people from the 4 worlds fell. They didn't even have time to use their major teleportation talismans before they were instantly killed by the monstrous existences from the eternal world. How can these fellows be so strong? The experts from the 4 worlds were dumbfounded. The monstrous existences from the eternal world were simply too powerful. In the beginning, almost no one was a match for them. The cultivation bases of those from the eternal world were also at the quasi-supreme stage. There would not be any extreme Tao existences coming. That was because Gu Fei and the supreme existence from the eternal world had already reached an agreement. Moreover, Gu Fei had also set up a great defensive array to suppress all extreme Tao Supremes. Only quasi-supreme existences were unaffected. Once an extreme-grade sovereign appeared in the primal chaos immortal mansion world, the array formation would be activated and kill the intruding extreme-grade sovereign. Gu Fei would not show mercy. Anyone who dared to break the rules he had set down would be his enemy and would have to die. It was the same even for those from the eternal world. Those who dared to challenge him must be prepared to die. Gu Fei was not someone who could be easily bullied. So what if they were from the eternal world? It was not as if he had never killed an eternal before. Back then, he had forced the primogenitor, the first demon, to the point of risking his life to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Chapter 4568. Gu Fei's star, Sword of the 9 Heavens, was an eternal Tao artifact. He had relied on this sword to fight the peerless existence from eternal world to a standstill. The supreme existence from the eternal world was actually the founder of the eternal godly dynasty. He had come with a large force, but found that his opponent was very strong, suspected to be the reincarnation of an eternal one. This kind of existence was so terrifying that no one was willing to provoke a reincarnated eternal one. It should be noted that there were strong and weak eternal ones. Eternal ones, like the founder of the eternal godly dynasty, were only at the beginner level of the eternal realm. Eternal ones who could reincarnate were the strongest eternal ones in the eternal world, possessing a terrifying cultivation base and combat power at the peak of the eternal realm. They could step into the cycle of reincarnation, and their hands could touch the most mysterious things in the eternal world. However, existences like the founder of the eternal godly dynasty could not touch the most secretive things in the eternal world. When the founder of the eternal godly dynasty suspected that Gu Fei was the reincarnation of an eternal almighty, he immediately lost his composure and chose to negotiate with Gu Fei. In the end, the two reached a consensus. Then the founder of the eternal godly dynasty led his army back to the eternal world. Soon, the eternal godly dynasty and the countless quasi-supremes attached to it entered the immortal mansion world through the portal. Although the divine son of the eternal godly dynasty had fallen in the immortal mansion world, killed by Guling, the price of making an enemy of Gu Fei was too great. The eternal godly dynasty did not want to fight to the death with Gu Fei. Haha, come on. It's good that all of you are here. Gu Fei stood in the sky, looking down at the immortal mansion world. At this time, the quasi-supremes from the four worlds and the quasi-supremes from the eternal world clashed violently. Battles broke out everywhere in the chaos world. By this time, Gu Fei had already asked Tong Yu to set up the super great formation that could devour the power of others. Of course, Tong Yu's great formation could directly devour the essence, energy, and soul of experts, but Gu Fei had made some modifications to it. He had turned this great array into an origin devouring array, a super great array that would gradually devour the vitality of a cultivator without them realizing it. He was gathering the power of countless experts. That was especially true for the quasi-supremes from Eternal World. The worldly laws of Eternal World were far stronger compared to the four great worlds. Due to that, even if the cultivators from Eternal World were to be on the same level as the cultivators from the four great worlds, they would still be strong enough to sweep away those on the same level from the four great worlds. Master, should we take action? Tong Yu, who was standing behind Gu Fei, asked carefully. Gu Fei said nothing. At this time in the primal chaos immortal mansion world, the quasi-sovereigns from the four great worlds were on the verge of being defeated. The entire primal chaos immortal mansion world was covered in a rain of blood. They're so strong. Before a heaven realm quasi-supreme expert could finish a sentence, he was cut into two halves by a green-robed young man. Naturally, he couldn't finish his sentence. Can't even take a single blow. After saying that, the green-robed young man charged in another direction. It was a sacred mountain. More than 10 experts were engaged in a fierce battle on this sacred mountain, which wasn't very big. At the peak of the sacred mountain, there was a small scarlet tree. On the small tree, there were fruits shining with golden light. It's actually the metal origin fruit. When the green-robed young man saw the small tree on the mountain peak, his eyes immediately lit up. Without even thinking about it, he charged forward. Humph! At this moment, a cold laugh rang out. A figure charged over from the side, directly throwing a punch at the green-robed young man. The fist power was like a landslide. The attacker was an expert. Kill! The green-robed young man's entire body emitted incomparably sharp sword energy. The place where he stood was nearly pierced by the exploding sword energy. What? The sneak attacker was shocked. However, his fist still smashed towards the green-robed young man. Countless sword energy was dispersed by his fist. At the same time, the green-robed young man's body turned into a sword light. Like a true peerless sword light, he directly pounced towards the attacker. Boom! The two forces collided with each other in an instant, and the resulting shock waves shook the surrounding void. The metal origin fruit is mine. The green-robed young man forced back the attacker. Then, with a flash, he directly appeared in front of the small tree. He was about to put the entire tree into his inner world. At this moment, a figure silently appeared behind the green-robed young man. Then, a brick viciously smashed the green-robed young man's head. The green-robed young man groaned and directly fell to the ground. He had actually been knocked unconscious by a brick. A figure appeared in front of the green-robed young man and directly looted him. Even his inner world was no exception. I say, this guy is too despicable. Ji Changkong saw this scene and frowned. The black-robed young man was He Tian. Despicable? It's obvious that this guy's skills are inferior. He was defeated by me. He Tian said disapprovingly. After saying that, his body flashed and instantly disappeared into the void, not leaving a trace behind. The god of deceit had returned. This time, the four great realms became lively. Ji Changkong shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to follow, a figure suddenly blocked his path. A shocking killing intent erupted from this person's body. When Ji Changkong saw this person, he could not help but be shocked. Even with his cultivation, he actually did not sense that someone was following him. This was not a good thing for him. This person's cultivation was at least not below Ji Changkong's. Who are you? Ji Changkong was very calm. He did not have many friends in the heaven realm. Naturally, he did not have any enemies. However, it was very obvious that this old man definitely wanted to kill him. Ji Yuan Shan, the skinny old man said coldly. What? When Ji Changkong heard this, he was immediately shocked. You are Ji Yuan Shan? Ji Changkong's voice trembled slightly. Ji Yuan Shan was the peerless divine son of the previous generation. He had once defeated the entire younger generation of the eternal divine dynasty. However, for some unknown reason, such a peerless person had suddenly disappeared. No one knew where Ji Yuanshan had gone. No one knew the reason why he had disappeared without a trace. However, a person who used to be extremely stunning had actually appeared here. He was actually an old man who looked so ordinary that he couldn't be any more ordinary. You want to kill me? Ji Changkong stared at the skinny old man opposite him. Yes, the skinny old man's tone was very firm. Why? Chapter 4569. Ji Yuanshan was once a genius of the Crepe Myrtle Star's Ji clan. Back then, for some unknown reason, Ji Yuanshan, who was at the peak of his power, suddenly disappeared. The attitude of the clan's ancestors towards this matter was also thought-provoking. In the end, this matter was left unsettled and no one talked about it anymore. Even Ji Changkong did not know what had happened back then. This was because no one had mentioned it to him. Now, Ji Yuanshan, who had mysteriously disappeared, actually appeared in front of him. This caused Ji Changkong to be indescribably shocked. What made him even more shocked was that Ji Yuanshan was actually here to kill him. Why do you want to kill me? Ji Changkong's expression was incomparably grave. One must know that the Crepe Myrtle Star's Ji clan forbade members from killing each other. Of course, in the current era, this rule only existed in name in the Crepe Myrtle Star's Ji clan. No one cared about this rule. In the battle between Ji Changkong and Emperor Ji, there were casualties on both sides. The old ancestors of the Ji clan turned a blind eye to these things and didn't care at all. I'm just returning a favor. Ji Yuanshan looked coldly at Ji Changkong. Favor. Ji Changkong was enraged. Did it feel like his life was not even worth a favor from the other party? All right, I'll send you on your way. Ji Yuanshan roared furiously and directly attacked Ji Changkong. His speed was extremely fast. Swish! In the next moment, Ji Changkong's figure disappeared in the void. His speed was also unbelievably fast. Ji Yuanshan only managed to hit an afterimage of Ji Changkong. Ji Yuanshan was shocked. This little guy's cultivation and battle prowess did not seem to be below his. Rumble! Ji Yuanshan only heard a rumbling sound coming from above him. He suddenly raised his head and saw a huge hand rapidly enlarging in his eyes. Boom! Ji Yuanshan basically had no time to react. In an instant, he was smashed into the ground by Ji Changkong's palm. A huge palm print appeared on the ground. Crack after crack spread out from the palm print. Roar! A muffled roar came from the ground. In the next moment, boom! The palm print on the ground suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from the ground. A violent aura erupted from this person. His hair was disheveled and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He was in an extremely sorry state. Little fellow! Ji Yuanshan viciously stared at Ji Changkong. His eyes gradually turned blood red. It was as if he was about to fall into madness. Violent ape heavenly art. When Ji Changkong saw the image of a huge ape appear on Ji Yuanshan's body, he couldn't help but be shocked. The violent ape heavenly skill was a forbidden skill of the Ji clan. When practicing this skill, the cultivator would be possessed by the devil if he was not careful. The violent ape heavenly skill had a huge flaw. Since ancient times within the Ji clan, almost no one was willing to cultivate this skill. However, who would have thought that Ji Yuanshan would actually take a different path and choose the violent ape heavenly skill? However, what was even more unbelievable was that Ji Yuanshan had actually trained this mysterious technique to the pinnacle. Roar! Ji Yuanshan faced the sky and roared. Then he once again attacked Ji Changkong. The two quasi-supreme beings started fighting. Just as Ji Changkong and Ji Yuanshan were fighting, He Tian started his looting operation. He directly attacked with a stick and robbed over 10 divine sons from the 4 great realms. He didn't even let off the saintess. That damned bastard plotted against me. In a valley, an old man wearing only a pair of shorts was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had just snatched a stalk of divine medicine king from someone else. But before he could even put it away, he felt a pain in his head and his vision went black. He had been hit by a stick. After waking up, the old man realized that everything on him, including all the cultivation resources that he had obtained with great difficulty, even his clothes, had been stripped. Wow, he even robbed an old man. That guy is too arrogant. Hee. I heard that the fairies of the Inviting Moon Immortal Palace were also robbed. What? Bastard. He even robbed fairies. Is he still human? Someone jumped out and shouted. What are you shouting for? I did rob them. So what? Hey, Tian quickly responded. Of course. He didn't dare to openly express his stance. He only left a few lines of words on a large stone. Do you still have the clothes of the fairies that were robbed by that bastard? Someone was concerned about this. That despicable thief even stripped an old man's clothes. How could the clothes of the Inviting Moon Immortal Palace's fairies still be there? Very soon, someone who claimed to be an honored guest of the Inviting Moon Immortal Palace jumped out to speak. The clothes of the fairies weren't stripped, but there was a huge bump on her forehead. Damn, brother, you really don't know how to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Inhumane. I seriously suspect that this sneak attack guy is no good. Someone directly looked down on He Tian. He was really a godly person to be able to do something like this, since he had knocked them unconscious. He didn't do anything other than rob them. This was really strange. It could only be said that he was a great thief with a bottom line. The Inviting Moon Immortal Palace was one of the top forces in the primordial realm. This force was very strong and ranked in the top 10 of the primordial realm. The fairies of the Inviting Moon Immortal Palace were the saintesses of the Inviting Moon Immortal Palace. Her appearance was naturally peerless. How could this guy do something like this? What a deranged guy. Everyone has the right to punish him. Someone yelled. Then, countless people responded. He Tian was really too ruthless this time. He robbed along the way, and many big shots suffered. All their belongings were robbed clean. It was incomparably miserable. However, because of this, Erebus incurred the wrath of the masses. Although Tian was powerful, a large group of divine sons and saintesses were chasing him all over the world. He couldn't handle it, so he fled for his life. This is Tian fled into the depths of the primordial chaos immortal mansion world. There were lush trees here, but no sounds of beasts could be heard in the mountains. It was too quiet. Is there a big guy entrenched here? Tian carefully walked inside. Soon he saw a cave. Inside the cave, there was a rainbow-colored brilliance. However, this brilliance quickly disappeared. What is this? Tian was very curious, so he quietly walked up. Roar! A terrifying roar suddenly came from the cave, and the entire cave immediately shook. A terrifying figure appeared in the cave. Oh no! Tian immediately turned around and fled. However, the existence in the cave directly chased after him. F***CK. Tian directly ran, passing through the forest. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of him. Brother, it's great to see you. I'll give you a great opportunity. Chapter 4570. The great fortune in the immortal mansion world was not so easy to obtain. Even someone as strong as Tian would have to run away if he encountered a ruthless character in this world. Today, Tian was really unlucky. He had found a quasi-immortal divine medicine, but there was a terrifying creature of the dead guarding it. It was a demonic ape with only a skeleton left. In the skull of this demonic ape, there was a soul fire that was extremely bright. This was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that Tian found that the cultivation of this bone ape was higher than his, and its combat power was comparable to that of a supreme. In front of this bone ape, it was difficult for Tian to protect himself, let alone take the quasi-immortal divine medicine. The smartest choice was to turn around and run away. Brother, it's really great to see you. Tian fled thousands of miles away. When he rushed out of a primitive forest, he bumped into Old Tortoise. I just happened to give you a great fortune. There's something good behind me. Tian directly hugged Old Tortoise. You're so kind. Give me a great fortune. Old Tortoise was stunned. Who was this Tian? He was a guy who plucked feathers from geese. Now, he wanted to give him a great fortune. Was this possible? How can you say that? I've always been kind to you, brother. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. See you later. As Tian spoke, he directly rushed away and disappeared from Old Tortoise's sight in an instant. What the hell is this guy doing? Old Tortoise did not believe that Tian would be so kind at all. Roar! Just as Old Tortoise was bewildered, a terrifying roar suddenly sounded from the forest in front of him. The whole area was shaking, and at the same time, a terrifying and monstrous aura of death swept over. Tian, you bastard! Old Tortoise was shocked and directly opened his mouth to curse. At this time, he could feel a powerful divine thought lock onto him. Boom! With a loud bang, the forest opposite Old Tortoise exploded, and a skeletal beast the size of a hill rushed out of the forest. It was a berserk demon ape. A powerful aura of death spread out from the dead spirit's body. The surrounding flowers and trees were rapidly withering as their vitality was constantly being drained away. The power of death extinguished all life. Soon, all the flowers and trees within a radius of tens of thousands of miles withered. At this time, Old Tortoise had already cursed all 18 generations of Tian's ancestors in his heart. This guy even dared to trick him. It was really outrageous. You even dare to scam me. I'm not done with you. Old Tortoise wanted to escape, but he couldn't because the raging devil ape was rapidly enlarging in his eyes. The devil ape actually pounced on him. Roar! Old Tortoise roared. The next moment, a tortoise shell emerged from his body and covered him. Boom! The devil ape directly pounced on the tortoise shell, causing it to shake violently. Countless Tao patterns appeared and intertwined on the tortoise shell, forming a terrifying protective power. Those were the Tao patterns formed when the black tortoise cultivated to the extreme grade. They were extremely ancient, but this tortoiseshell was not an extreme grade tortoiseshell. Gu Fei had used a super formation to suppress the extreme grade power. Although this super formation was not comparable to the heavenly punishment of the human realm and the heaven realm, it was still no small matter. Old Tortoise learned all this from Gu Fei. Naturally, he would not use the extreme grade power. Even the countless powerful creatures from Eternal World were incapable of utilizing the power of the extreme Tao. Gu Fei had long since declared that anyone who dared utilize the power of the extreme Tao would be killed. At this time, people were fighting everywhere in this chaos immortal mansion world. The geniuses and monsters from the heaven realm, the human realm, the primordial realm, and the 10,000 realm were all fighting. Their enemies were those fellows from Eternal World. At this time, Old Tortoise could only brace himself and fight the devil ape. He had the protection of the black tortoise shell. Even if the devil ape was extremely powerful, it would not be able to break through his defense and truly hurt him. Oh my God! Fortunately, that undying creature did not chase after me. In front of a pool hundreds of thousands of miles away from where Old Tortoise and the devil ape were fighting, Hei Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Only now did he dare to stop. That demonic ape was too powerful. Although he was a quasi-sovereign, he didn't want to fight to the death with that demonic ape. With his cultivation, even if he could defeat that demonic ape, he would have to pay a huge price. Fortunately, he met Old Tortoise at the crucial moment. Even hundreds of thousands of miles away, Hei Tian could still sense Old Tortoise's aura. At this time, the battle between Ji Changkong and Ji Yuanshan had reached its climax. Ji Changkong cultivated the 9 Deaths Heaven art. Ji Yuanshan also cultivated the famous heaven art of the Ji family, the Violent Ape art. However, the Violent Ape art could not compare to the 9 Deaths Heaven art. Boom! In the end, Ji Yuanshan was struck in the chest by Ji Changkong's 9 Deaths palm art. In the next moment, his entire body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Even his primordial spirit was shattered. The genius of the Ji clan had actually fallen just like that. Ji Changkong really wanted to know who wanted to kill him. He really wanted to know who was behind Ji Yuanshan. However, as Ji Yuanshan was killed by his 9 Deaths palm art, all the mysteries could not be resolved. All of this was seen by Gu Fei. To dare stretch their hands into my territory. The mastermind is too arrogant. They simply do not put me in their eyes. High up in the sky, Gu Fei's expression was somewhat gloomy as he sat cross-legged in the clouds. Master, the mastermind actually dared to scheme against you. It seems that he is not simple. Tong Yu, who was standing to the side, muttered. Humph. So what if he is not simple? Since he dared to scheme against me, he must be prepared to pay the price. Gu Fei said. Who cared who the mastermind was or what his background was? Could it be that this sneaky fellow was stronger than the primogenitor of the past, the first demon, or the current eternal, godly dynasty's primogenitor? Those two were genuine eternal sovereigns, not extreme grade supremes. Eternal sovereigns could kill extreme grade supremes with one hand. Of course, Gu Fei was not yet an eternal one. However, he could rely on an eternal Tao artifact to challenge a true eternal sovereign. Even the eternal godly dynasty's primogenitor of the eternal godly dynasty was unwilling to provoke Gu Fei. Even if Gu Ling killed the eternal godly dynasty's primogenitor, the eternal godly dynasty had no intention of pursuing the matter. That was because the primogenitor of the eternal godly dynasty believed that Gu Fei was the reincarnation of an eternal expert. If that was true, there would likely be very few in the entire eternal godly world who would dare provoke Gu Fei. After all, those who dared to stretch their hands into reincarnation were the truly monstrous existences in the eternal world. Chapter 4571. In the human realm, the Ji clan of the Myrtle Star was the strongest cultivation clan in the entire planet, and the Ji clan was the master of the planet. there were 5 ancestral planets in the human world. Almost all the living beings in the human world were born from these 5 ancestral planets. Among the 5 ancestral stars, only the Z-Way ancestral star was completely controlled by a cultivation clan, and on the Z-Way ancestral star, the G clan ruled the world. However, there had never been a single person or even a single family who could unite the entire ancestral star. The Z-Way G clan had a few supreme cultivation techniques, and the 9 Deaths Heaven art was one of them. Ji Changkong was the first person to successfully cultivate the 9 Deaths Heaven art in the countless years of the Z-Way G clan. It was because of the 9 Deaths Heaven art that he was able to compete with the Violet Emperor. At this moment, as Ji Yuanshan was blasted to smithereens by Ji Changkong's 9 death seals, it was impossible to find out who was behind Ji Yuanshan. However, in the entire human world and the heavenly realm, Gu Fei had many enemies. This Ji Yuanshan would definitely not run over to Gu Fei's place to kill Ji Changkong. After Ji Changkong killed Ji Yuanshan, although he was somewhat displeased, he quickly continued forward. His target was a land of fortune in the depths of the primal chaos immortal mansion world. At this time, outside the primal chaos immortal mansion world, a piece of news spread. All the cultivators of the 4 worlds were shocked to the extreme. Di Jiutian fought against the 5 ancient ancestors from Eternal World, killing 2 and defeating 3. It was a shocking feat since ancient times. No living creature had managed to accomplish such a feat, however. Di Jiutian had done it today. Outside the world of the primal chaos immortal estate, a black figure wielding a war spear stood quietly outside the entrance to the world of the immortal estate. His entire body was stained with blood, and his clothes were tattered. He looked like a beggar, but no one dared to look down on him because he was Di Jiutian. After experiencing this life and death battle, Di Jiutian felt that he had forced out all of his potential. As he took that step forward, his aura underwent a shocking transformation, and an aura of eternity began to emanate from him. In order to take this step, Di Jiutian had sacrificed many things. He had even become the disciple of Gu Fei. Today he finally succeeded. Di Jiutian stood outside the entrance to the world of the immortal estate. Although he looked very badly injured, and there were some places on his body where even his bones could be seen, he didn't seem to have been injured at all. However, no one dared to approach him. With him guarding this place, no one would dare to rashly barge into the primal chaos immortal mansion world. At this time, the Zhou clan's little Empyrean, Zhou Qi, thought that the entire primal chaos immortal mansion world was about to undergo a huge change. However, he didn't see Gu Fei go crazy for a long time. Could it be that Gu Ling was really not dead? Gu Ling had fought against eternal worlds, eternal godly dynasties, Wu family's divine son, Wu Fan, and the Qin family's Qin Zhou. Gu Ling had killed off Wu Fan and forced Qin Zhou to blow himself up in despair. The terrifying destructive force created by Qin Zhou's self-detonation was too shocking, and it directly blasted Zhou Qi and Zi Yun flying. Gu Ling was at the center of Qin Zhou's self-destruction, so how could she survive? However, should Gu Ling truly die, the consequences would be dire. It would surely pierce the heavens. Even if it was someone from Eternal World, Gu Fei would not let them go. He would kill until rivers of blood flowed. However, things didn't seem to be developing as Zhou Qi had expected. There was only one reason why Gu Fei didn't go crazy. Gu Ling was still alive. How can I waste such pure essence qi? At the center of Qin Zhou's self-destruction, a figure was sitting cross-legged in a ball of divine light. The ball of divine light was emitting a devouring power that was madly devouring the surrounding energy. When Zhou Qi and Ziyin saw this, their eyes almost fell to the ground. They were dumbfounded. No one could have imagined that not only was Gu Ling not dead, but she was also leisurely devouring the powerful energy created by Qin Zhou's self-destruction. The trial continued. In a place of fortune, the golden spirit ape Yuan Hong was fighting with someone. His golden fists caused his opponent to continuously cough up blood, and in the end he had no choice but to retreat. The golden spirit ape Yuan Hong didn't kill his opponent. After he chased his opponent away, he directly smashed a huge mountain with a punch. A beam of divine light directly rushed out from the mountain and soared into the sky, trying to escape. Humph! Yuan Hong sneered and directly turned into a beam of golden light. He used a mystique and grabbed the beam of divine light. It was a small golden sword. The small golden sword emitted a dazzling golden light, and countless Tao patterns appeared on its surface. An extremely sharp sword chi wave erupted from the small sword. Not bad. Yuan Hong put away the flying sword in his hand. It was a quasi-supreme Tao weapon. A quasi-supreme Tao weapon was already the strongest Tao weapon below the extreme Tao. However, Old Tortoise was extremely unlucky. After being tricked by He Tian, he had no choice but to fight to the death with the demon ape. However, even if he fought to the death, it was hard to determine who would win. Boom! Bam! Muffled sounds that sounded like the 9 heavens' divine thunder kept ringing. Old Tortoise wanted to end the battle quickly, so he directly used his strongest combat strength to kill the demon ape as soon as possible. However, the demon ape was not to be trifled with. It spat out demonic fire, causing the void to distort from the heat. If Old Tortoise did not have the protection of the black tortoiseshell, he would have long been burned to ashes. Even so, he still felt as though all the blood in his body had been ignited, and his blood was boiling. At that moment, He Tian was being chased by a group of geniuses from Eternal World. He was on the verge of going berserk. This fellow had specifically gone to plunder the divine sons and saintesses from Eternal World, believing themselves to be exalted existences. Due to that, a great hunt ensued. However, looting these geniuses from Eternal World gave him a lot of cultivation resources. Let's see where you can run to now. Just as He Tian fled to a mountain ridge, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and blocked his way. Kill! When that person saw He Tian, his eyes turned red and he immediately attacked He Tian. Damn it! Didn't I just rob your fiancé? Damn it! Do you want to go all out? As He Tian spoke, he moved 3,000 zhang to the side and evaded the attack that descended from the sky. Boom! As the man's fist fell, the entire mountain range below directly collapsed and was forcibly erased by that man. Despicable fellow, do you know who my master is? You dare rob my future young mistress? Another figure appeared in the sky. It was a cyan-robed servant. However, the power fluctuations coming from the cyan-robed servant were incomparably powerful. Surprisingly, he was also a quasi-supreme. TSK, who the hell is your master? Erebus flashed his middle finger at the person who had attacked him. You're courting death. I'm going to tear you to pieces and suppress your soul in the 9 underworlds. I'll use the extreme Yin fire to refine your soul for 10,000 years. I'll make you beg for death. Chapter 4572. This guy is really something. I can't believe he dared to rob the fiancé of the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty. Is he tired of living? He Tian had been causing quite a ruckus these past few days. He had been robbing people from behind and plotting against them. Everyone he targeted had fallen into his trap. I heard that this brother even stripped the clothes off those divine sons. Someone exclaimed. He even robbed them of their clothes. How inhumane. Someone shook his head. TCH, what do you know? Everyone from the eternal imperial family is wearing divine silkworm robes or immortal gold armor. Any one of them is a treasure. Someone said angrily, a creature from the mysterious eternal world. Would it lack good items on it? I see. Only then did everyone come to a sudden realization. Clothes were treasures, so why not snatch them? If they didn't rob them, they would be letting these treasures down. However, Erebus was so lawless that he even dared to snatch the fiancée of the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty. That was simply outrageous. The people of the eternal divine dynasty were only afraid of Gu Fei, not others. They didn't dare act presumptuously in front of Gu Fei. After all, Gu Fei was an important figure who could challenge their patriarch. However, apart from Gu Fei, who else in the Chaos Immortal Mansion world could be a match for them? After coming to the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, the people of the Eternal Divine Dynasty were arrogant and despotic. They looked down on everyone except Gu Fei. In particular, the people of the Eternal Imperial family killed people and robbed them of their treasures at the slightest disagreement. They treated the Chaos Immortal Mansion world as their hunting ground. The behavior of the Eternal Imperial family naturally angered the people of the 4 major worlds. Wu Qin, the prince of the Wuji dynasty from the human world, had been punched to death by the cyan-robed servant of the Eternal Divine Dynasty because he hadn't made way for the eldest prince. Erebus had actually robbed the Eternal Crown Prince's fiancée. How could this be? The fiancée of the Eternal Imperial Prince, Hung Chao, also had a powerful background. She was the holy maiden of the Ling Tian Holy Land, one of the 3 major factions of the Immortal Continent. The Ling Tian Sacred Ground had a transcendent status in the Celestial Continent. The disciples of the Ling Tian Sacred Ground were all women. Because there were forces from other continents threatening the Celestial Continent, the Eternal Divine Dynasty, and the Ling Tian Sacred Ground planned to form an alliance through marriage. The battles within Eternal World grew even more intense. Kill him! Hung Chao directly gave the order. This ant from a low-level world was not worthy of him personally taking action. Yes, master! The servant in green who was standing behind Hung Chao walked out. Kid, how do you want to die? The green-robed servant grinned as he stared at Gu Fei. TSK, you think you can kill me? Hey Tian said disdainfully. You dare look down on me? The cyan-robed servant was enraged. At the next moment, an extremely powerful wave of energy burst forth from his body. He had been an inconspicuous cyan-robed servant just a moment ago, but now his aura was much stronger than that of an ordinary godson or saintess. Get lost. Let your master come here. Hey, Tian waved his hand impatiently. Go to hell. The cyan-robed servant retracted his right hand. At the next moment, his palm shot forward like a venomous snake, instantly reaching the front of He Tian. Swoosh! He Tian's figure suddenly disappeared into the void. This is... The cyan-robed servant was taken aback. This guy's speed was too fast. He looked up abruptly and saw a huge foot rapidly enlarging in front of his eyes. Bam! Without any suspense, the cyan-robed servant's head was stepped on by He Tian, forcing him into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. One must look at the master before beating a dog. The cyan-robed servant was stomped into the ground by He Tian the moment he made a move. As his master, Hung Chao's face turned gloomy. This guy is indeed not simple. No wonder he dared to rob Hung Chao's fiancée. Those who came from the Eternal World and knew about Hung Chao's background were all taken aback. They had thought that He Tian had only relied on sneak attacks to rob so many divine sons and saintesses of the Eternal World. Now, it seemed that this guy did have some skills. Roar! The cyan-robed servant went crazy. In an instant, the power of a quasi-supreme erupted from his body, like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. The extremely violent power directly burst the ground, causing the entire ground to explode and dust to soar into the sky. One after another, divine light shot out from the cyan-robed servant's body. Each of the divine light was like a venomous snake, ruthlessly strangling He Tian. At the same time, the cyan-robed servant carried He Tian and flew up into the sky. Myriad returned to origin. 1 foot to suppress the universe. Suppress! He Tian exerted force with his right foot, which was stepping on the cyan-robed servant's head, and a terrifying divine power immediately erupted from his foot. The next moment, the cyan-robed servant was trampled down from the sky by He Tian, and the countless divine lights that were aimed at He Tian were all dispersed by him. Boom! This time there was a loud noise and a bottomless pit was created by He Tian's foot. The cyan-robed servant was crushed under his foot. Humph! Can't even withstand a single blow. He Tian stood in the void with his hands behind his back, looking indifferently at Hung Chao, the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty. You, the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty, was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He rose from his throne, and one after another, great stars appeared in the void around him. A torrential force of stars erupted from his body, causing the surrounding void to tremble. The people who were watching the battle from the sidelines were also extremely shocked. No one could have imagined that this fellow named He Tian could trample Hung Chao's servant to death with one foot. That servant was no ordinary person, and his cultivation had reached the quasi-supreme level. Everyone looked at He Tian in a different light. Some of the people who had been robbed by him wanted to jump out and settle the score with him, but now they were stunned. You just killed one of my servants. What's the big deal? Hung Chao's voice was extremely cold. Is that so? What if I trampled you to death? He Tian stared at Hung Chao with a crazed look in his eyes, like a starving beast that had suddenly encountered its prey. Just then, a white figure appeared nearby. Eldest niece, you're here too? He Tian didn't care about the furious Hung Chao at all. He turned around and shouted at the white-robed woman. Uncle He Tian, how have you been? The white-robed woman was Gu Ling. I'm fine. I'm not dead yet. He Tian grinned. He Tian, you bastard! Just then, an angry roar came from the distance, and the terrifying sound waves shook the void. An unimaginably powerful wave of energy swept over, and everyone couldn't help but turn pale. Oh my God! As soon as He Tian heard that roar, he immediately turned and fled. Where do you think you're going? Chapter 4573. Hung Chao was the crown prince of the eternal divine dynasty, one of the 13 eastern continents of the eternal world. His cultivation was no weaker than that of the former eternal Son of God. However, the eternal Son of God was so talented that the experts of the older generation of the imperial family thought highly of him. Hence, he was conferred the title of Son of God and heir to the eternal emperor. As the crown prince of the eternal divine dynasty, he was naturally dissatisfied. However, so what if he was dissatisfied? Who would dare question the eternal emperor's decision? Now that the eternal Son of God had fallen in this world, Hung Chao, the crown prince of the eternal divine dynasty, saw hope. As long as he won this trial and obtained the heaven-defying fortune here, the position of the eternal Son of God would be in his bag. However, no one expected that Hung Chao's fiancée would be robbed. This made him lose face, so he naturally wanted to tear the person who robbed his fiancée to pieces. Therefore, He Tian was targeted by the crown prince of the eternal divine dynasty and chased after him all the way. He Tian really didn't care about this so-called crown prince of the eternal divine dynasty. However, when Old Tortoise came, he fled at once. He had tricked Old Tortoise. If he was caught by Old Tortoise, he would be in big trouble. Swoosh! He Tian turned into a beam of light and shot into the sky, instantly disappearing into the horizon. Hung Chao was dumbfounded when he saw this. Rainbow flight technique? Old Tortoise took a step forward and arrived nearby. He couldn't help but exclaim when he saw He Tian turn into a beam of light and instantly flee. This guy, Old Tortoise, was furious, but he could only watch as this guy fled. Hung Chao, the crown prince of the eternal divine dynasty, disappeared into the void in an instant. He actually displayed a speed technique and chased after Zhou Donghuang. Who is this guy? Old Tortoise was stunned, but he soon realized that the guy who could catch up with He Tian in speed was the crown prince of the eternal divine dynasty of the eternal world. No wonder. Old Tortoise had to admit that this fellow from eternal world did possess some ability. This scene was seen by Gu Fei up in the sky, and he couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. This He Tian really deserved to be called the god of swindlers. Wherever he went, he would swindle. The old tortoise was truly enraged. He was cheated miserably. That devil ape was incomparably powerful. Even if he managed to kill it, he had to pay a hefty price. At that moment, outside the chaos immortal mansion world, Di Jiutian's battle with the demon from Eternal World had reached its final stage. His whole body was bathed in blood, and his body was pierced through. Bloody holes appeared all over his body. However, his battle intent was still like a rainbow, killing intent shocking the 9 heavens. One man with one spear, the power he displayed made countless ancient ancestors, watching from the side, indescribably shocked. By then, even the demon from Eternal World had sensed something amiss. Kill! The blood-colored demonic eyes emitted a frightening demonic light as they slashed towards Di Jiutian. Everywhere the blood-colored demonic light went, the void would be cleaved apart. Demonic runes appeared and intertwined on the surface of the blood-colored demonic light. It was a shocking display of power. This demonic Tao power surpassed the demonic Tao power of the 4 great worlds. The heavenly Tao of Eternal World was stronger and more complete compared to the heavenly Tao of any other world. Generally speaking, the powerful creatures that grew up in Eternal World were stronger than creatures of the same level from other worlds. There was no doubt about that. This was the advantage of the creatures from Eternal World. However, that did not mean that the creatures from Eternal World were stronger than those from other worlds. Naturally, such monstrous geniuses from other worlds were very rare. Since ancient times, there had only been one Gu Fei who had done so. Bring it on! Di Jiutian furiously channeled his mystic art. Next, his body turned blurry and 9 Di Jiutians appeared in the void. What kind of magic is this? The ancient ancestors watching from the side were shocked. They could sense that each of the 9 Di Jiutians was exuding a peerless divine might. Each of the 9 Di Jiutians had the full battle power of Di Jiutian's true body. How is this possible? This magic is heaven-defying. No one could remain calm when they saw this. Every one of the 9 Tao bodies that Di Jiutian had conjured was as strong as Di Jiutian's true body. This was the equivalent of 9 real Di Jiutians attacking at the same time. This kind of battle power was absolutely unparalleled in the world. No one under the Eternal Realm could match this kind of battle power. Boom! With just a single strike, the void exploded. A part of the void turned into chaos, destroying everything in its path. The blood-colored demonic light and the blood-colored demonic eyes all exploded under Di Jiutian's attack. Even the people watching the battle were affected. The exploding demonic light pierced through several ancient ancestors. Roar! The ancient ancestors held miserably and retreated. Their bodies were rapidly thinning. The demonic light that had entered their bodies was actually devouring their flesh. One of the ancient ancestors even had his essence devoured by the demonic light that had invaded his body. He was turned into a dried corpse. Even his primordial spirit could not escape. The ancient ancestors who had been hit were scared out of their wits. They desperately used their mystic arts to expel the terrifying demonic power from their bodies. The demonic power could destroy all life. What terrified these ancient ancestors was that their Tao could not suppress the demonic power in their bodies. If they could not suppress the demonic power in their bodies, it meant that they would follow in the footsteps of the previous person. The demonic power would completely devour their blood and eventually destroy their souls. At the ancient ancestor level, it was a competition of Tao and Grand Tao. Whoever's Tao was stronger could decide the life and death of others. This was how cruel the cultivation world was. No matter where one went, the strong would be respected. This was an unchanging law. The weak could only be controlled by the strong. Roar! A terrifying roar resounded. A demonic figure appeared in the distance. The vague, demonic figure exuded a terrifying pressure that caused the world to tremble. Is his true body about to descend? The 9 Juxians spoke at the same time. Terrifying sound waves spread out and scattered the primal chaos mist for 100,000 kilometers. Even ancient ancestor-level existences suffered a tremendous impact. The weaker ancient ancestors even had blood seeping out of their ears and hurriedly retreated into the distance. Gu Fei, who was guarding the primal chaos immortal mansion, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the entrance of the primal chaos immortal mansion. More freaks of the eternal realm are coming. Gu Fei frowned. Were there really many freaks of the eternal realm in the eternal world? Chapter 4574. Outside the world of the chaotic immortal mansion, Di Jiutian finally exploded. His 9 Dao clones attacked at the same time and destroyed the Crimson Demonic Eye. At this moment, Di Jiutian was extremely domineering. Was this Di Jiutian's true strength? The experts from both the heavenly realm and the human realm were shocked. Di Jiutian had long been famous. He had battled against the 9 heavens and had never been defeated. That was until he met Gu Fei. Di Jiutian had battled for his entire life. At this moment, his 9 Dao clones had clearly changed. A faintly discernible eternal aura circled around them. This was the first sign that Di Jiutian had taken his first step into the eternal realm. If there were no accidents, Di Jiutian's cultivation would break through the shackles of the extreme Dao and step into the half-step eternal realm. However, just as Di Jiutian destroyed the Crimson Demonic Eye, a demonic shadow appeared in this part of the world. The demonic aura exuded from the blurry demonic shadow dispersed all the primordial mist within hundreds of thousands of miles. One after another, ancient demonic patterns appeared and intertwined on this blurry demonic figure's body. The appearance of the demonic shadow shook the surroundings. The nearby ancient ancestors didn't dare to approach. Even Di Jiutian's 9 Dao clones had a grave expression on their faces. Little fellow, you've successfully angered me. A wave of divine will spread from the blurry demonic shadow. The crowd couldn't help but be moved when they heard him call the Di Jiutian little fellow. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Di Jiutian raised the battle spear in his hand and said coldly. The movements of the 9 incarnations of the Great Path were all the same. The might emanating from the 9 incarnations of the Great Path shook the void, and the surrounding void constantly trembled from the impact. Since you want to die, I have no reason not to fulfill your wish. The demonic shadow's divine will spread, and a voice rang in everyone's hearts. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Di Jiutian shook the battle spear in his hand. The next moment, the 9 figures shot into the sky at the same time and attacked the demonic shadow. The terrifying aura that erupted from them shook the heavens and the earth. This Di Jiutian, the ancient ancestors couldn't help but be moved when they saw this. Boom! A great battle broke out and powerful energy ripples spread out. Suddenly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless black spatial cracks appeared in the void. This battle was even more tragic than the previous one. While Di Jiutian was fighting the demon from Eternal World, the crown prince of the eternal godly dynasty caught up to Tian and intercepted him in the Chaos Immortal Mansion. I didn't expect you to have some ability. You actually managed to catch up to me. Tian was a little surprised. Han Chao, the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty, didn't say much. He immediately threw a punch at Tian's face, and the violent fist force shook the void. This was the Eternal Divine Fist, a battle path cultivation technique of the Eternal Divine Dynasty. When Han Chao punched out, even the extremely stable void in the Chaos Immortal Mansion world was shaken. If this Supreme Divine Fist was used in the outside world, it would probably cause the entire void to explode. The Eternal Divine Fist was the supreme killing art of the Eternal Divine Dynasty, and only the imperial family of the dynasty could cultivate it. Ordinary members of the imperial family were not qualified to cultivate it. Swoosh! Tian suddenly smiled, and in the next moment, he disappeared into the void. What? Hung Chao was taken aback. He couldn't retract his fist anymore. In the next moment, he looked up and saw a huge foot stomping down on his head. Hung Chao was furious. This guy didn't take him seriously at all. Boom! Endless power of the stars erupted from Hung Chao's body, and countless stars appeared in the void around him. It was as if a galaxy had appeared between heaven and earth. The exploding power of the stars directly pushed He Tian back. Power of the stars! He Tian frowned. He waved his hands, and beams of divine light rushed out of his hands. Each beam of divine light was like a peerless heavenly blade, and they directly cut through the void. Swoosh! A beam of divine light swept across Hung Chao, and a mark immediately appeared on his protective armor, as if it had been cut by a peerless Tao weapon. What? Hung Chao was taken aback. No one knew better than him how powerful the defense of the armor he was wearing was. Even the most powerful quasi-supreme Tao weapon would not be able to leave a mark on it. However, right now, this despicable fellow had actually managed to leave behind a mark on his armor. It was unimaginable. You can actually block my flying immortal cleaving Tao technique. He Tian was equally shocked. One should know that the technique he used was one of the opportunities he obtained from the flying immortal land on ancestral Myrtle Star. The divine light he conjured was the flying immortal light, which could kill a quasi-supreme. When cultivated to the extreme, it could even kill an extreme grade supreme. Of course, with He Tian's current cultivation, it was naturally impossible for him to kill an extreme grade supreme with a flying immortal cleaving Tao technique. But he could still kill a quasi-supreme. You have a lot of treasures on you. He Tian's eyes lit up as he stared at the armor on Hung Chao's body. He had originally planned to rob these guys from the Eternal Divine Dynasty. The eldest prince of the Eternal Divine Dynasty definitely had a lot of treasures on him. This time he had encountered a big fish. Despicable and shameless ant. You want to rob this prince? Hung Chao was furious. The thought of this guy robbing his fiancée made him go crazy, and he wanted nothing more than to tear this ant into 1,000,000 pieces. Roar! Hung Chao threw his head back and roared. In the next moment, rays of starlight rushed out of his body and branded in all directions. Soon, 365 great stars appeared between heaven and earth. He Tian could not help but be shocked when he saw this. Haha! To be able to die under my heavenly cycle stellar killing formation. Your life has not been in vain. Hung Chao laughed wildly. The star source in his body had actually attracted the power of the heavenly cycle stellar killing formation. This was something that even Gu Fei, who was guarding the immortal mansion world, did not expect. As soon as the heavenly cycle stellar killing formation activated the power of the 9 heaven stars, Gu Fei immediately sensed it. Good fellow. Gu Fei could not help but secretly nod. He had to admit that Hung Chao was indeed very strong. Among the quasi-supremes, he was an existence that stood at the top. Die! Hung Chao roared angrily. In the next moment, he desperately activated the heavenly cycle stellar killing formation, and the 365 great stars crushed toward He Tian at the same time. Ha! You dare to play with formations in front of me? You're courting death. He Tian laughed loudly. Isn't the Tao of formations my strongest ability? You want to kill me with formations? What a joke. Hung Chao suddenly felt alarmed. Today, I'll show you a guy who thinks so highly of himself, what the real Tao of formations is. He Tian revealed a cold smile. In the next moment, his body shook and countless formation patterns immediately rushed out of his body and instantly disappeared into the surrounding void. In the next moment, the 365 great stars that were crushing toward He Tian stopped in the void. How is this possible? At this moment, Hung Chao suddenly realized that he had lost control of the heavenly cycle stellar killing formation. Chapter 45-75 Who was He Tian? He was the ancestor of the formation Tao. His cultivation base was unfathomable. Even the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty from the eternal world was like an ant in front of He Tian. Playing with the formation Tao in front of him was asking for it. The fact that He Tian had taken control of the heavenly cycle stellar killing formation from Hung Chao, the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty, shocked Hung Chao to the extreme. How is this possible? Is he the legendary ancestor of the formation Tao? Only the legendary ancestor of the formation Tao could easily take control of the heavenly cycle stellar killing formation from his hands. Rumble! Just as Hung Chao was about to be scared out of his wits, the heavenly cycle stellar killing formation began to operate. All 365 great stars shone with dazzling starlight. The extremely powerful power of the stars exploded, and the 365 great stars charged directly at Hung Chao. Damn it! Hung Chao exerted his mystic art with all his might. Countless formation patterns rushed out of his body and branded themselves in all directions. He wanted to regain control of the heavenly cycle stellar killing formation. Kid, you're still too inexperienced. He Tian smiled evilly, then took a step forward and disappeared on the spot in an instant. Without thinking, Hung Chao immediately retreated. However, it was already too late. A fist suddenly punched out from the void. Bam! Hung Chao felt his vision go black, then the world spun, and he almost fell to the ground. He Tian stepped forward and fought Hung Chao in close combat. Countless rays of divine light rushed out of his body. It was the light of ascension, which was almost invincible among his peers. The part of Hung Chao's body that had been cut by He Tian's light of ascension was still oozing blood. It would take him a few days to recover. At this time, everyone was shocked by the formation Tao combat strength that He Tian had displayed. This kind of combat strength could not be underestimated. Who would dare to look down on He Tian now? The eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty, right? You're nothing more than this. He Tian kicked the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty, sending him flying. He kept coughing up blood. How is this possible? Hung Chao almost went crazy. He Tian chased after Hung Chao and stomped him down with one foot. Then he stomped him into the ground. In front of me, He Tian, everything is possible. Roar! Hung Chao struggled desperately, but at this time, He Tian had already drawn the power of the 9 heaven stars to his body. No matter how hard Hung Chao struggled, he was still stepped on by He Tian. Do you want to live or die? He Tian said arrogantly as he looked at the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty under his foot. At this time, he kept the killing formation of the heavenly cycle stars. The 365 great stars disappeared into the void without a trace, as though they had never appeared in the first place. Nonsense! Hung Chao roared furiously. Ever since he started cultivating, when had he ever been humiliated like this? Although he wanted to live, he had the urge to self-destruct. I say, Old Black, if you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave later. Gu Fei's voice suddenly rang out in He Tian's mind, sitting cross-legged in the 9th heaven of the Chaos Immortal Mansion. Gu Fei could sense everything that was going on in the Chaos Immortal Mansion. Naturally, he had seen the battle between He Tian and Hung Chao. Right at this moment, Erebus sensed a dozen or so powerful auras rapidly approaching him. Ha! The great crown prince of the eternal divine dynasty is actually asking for help. Clearly, the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty had sent out a distress signal. The dozen or so experts who had come were most likely his subordinates. Hung Chao said nothing. Let go of my prince. An old man was the first to rush to the vicinity. When he saw that the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty was being stepped on, he was scared out of his wits. This was the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty. How could he be trampled under someone's foot? At the thought of this, the old man broke out in cold sweat. If anything happened to His Highness, they would be buried with him. The old man made a move. Powerful waves of divine power surged out, and a huge golden hand appeared in the sky, grabbing at He Tian. He Tian laughed. The next moment his body shook and endless power of the stars erupted from his body. He didn't use the heavenly cycle star killing formation. Bam! A huge star fiercely collided with the huge golden hand that was grabbing towards it. The huge star exploded, and the force of the explosion drowned He Tian and Hung Chao. The old man who had made a move was pushed back by the mighty force. The old man was shocked. Just then, one powerful aura after another appeared in the vicinity. Hung Chao's subordinates had arrived. When they saw the high and mighty crown prince of the eternal divine dynasty being trampled to the ground, they were both shocked and enraged. Kill! A total of 13 experts attacked He Tian at the same time. Among them, there were even peak quasi-supreme cultivators. They were all old-timers. Even the void was shaken by the explosion. Good. He Tian laughed. The next moment, the 365 huge stars that had disappeared suddenly appeared in the void without warning, trapping everyone in the heavenly cycle star killing formation. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Some of them didn't even have time to attack He Tian. Rumble, vast power of the stars erupted from He Tian's body, sending all the Tao treasures flying. Today I'll start a massacre. Erebus seemed to have transformed into an astral god of war. Every single move he made was filled with great might. Bam! With a single punch, he directly turned a quasi-supreme being into dregs. Even his primordial spirit was scattered in the void. Hung Chao's subordinates were all shocked when they saw He Tian being so ferocious, and they hurriedly dispersed. Trapped in the heavenly cycle star killing formation, Hung Chao's underlings were extremely nervous. Moreover, this He Tian was too ferocious. He actually wanted to kill everyone. Your appetite is too big. Gu Fei's voice sounded in He Tian's mind again. My appetite is very small. He Tian laughed. TSK. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky, pointed his middle finger in He Tian's direction. Everyone, stop hiding. Let's attack together and kill him. Only then can we live. A black-robed, middle-aged man stared at He Tian and said while gritting his teeth. His master was being stepped on by He Tian. Struggle before death. He Tian said disdainfully. Let go of my master. The black-robed, middle-aged man shouted at He Tian. Humph. Do you know who my master is? He's the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty. If you dare to hurt my master's life, you'll be exterminated, the old man said in a low voice. Is that so? Chapter 4576. The trial of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world was still going on. However, in this trial a great bandit had appeared. He specialized in robbing the powerful living beings from the eternal worlds. Even the powerful beings from the 4 worlds had been robbed by him. As a result, He Tian naturally offended many people. In particular, the creatures from the eternal world wanted nothing more than to kill He Tian. At that moment, Erebus, who was being hunted down, had defeated Hung Chao, the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty, and even stomped him into the ground. When Hung Chao's subordinates saw their master being stepped on, how could they stand it? Hung Chao's subordinates didn't think too much about it and directly charged at He Tian. However, just as they attacked, He Tian also made his move. He had been waiting for these guys, and he wanted to kill them all at once. What? Hung Chao's subordinates were all dumbfounded. They never thought that He Tian would actually plot against them, and even use the heavenly cycle stellar killing formation. The heavenly cycle stellar killing formation was His Highness the eldest prince's trump card. Boom! Someone directly unleashed his quasi-supreme level battle prowess, wanting to break the heavenly cycle stellar killing formation and kill his way out. However, Within the heavenly cycle stellar killing formation, the power of the stars was vast, and one after another great star after another appeared in the void. No one could break this part of the starry sky. Let us go, or I'll wipe out your entire family. A middle-aged expert trapped in the killing formation said sternly, "Don't make a mistake. Let go of my master, and we'll let bygones be bygones." Another white-haired, white-browed old man said in a low voice, "Forget bygones? Who are you kidding?" He Tian stepped on the Eternal Prince's foot so hard that the prince's head was stomped into the ground, and his mouth was full of mud. "Let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones. As long as you let me go, I'll let bygones be bygones." Hung Chao spat out the mud in his mouth and said hurriedly, he had to lower his head and escape first. "Can I trust you?" He Tian muttered. "I can trust you. I can trust you. I swear, if I find trouble with you again, I will die a horrible death." Hung Chao hurriedly swore. He Tian suddenly rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Hee, it seems that you have some sincerity. How about this? Hand over everything you have, and I will spare your life." At this time, the heavenly cycle stellar killing formation was activated, trapping Hung Chao and his subordinates within the formation. Their life and death were in the hands of He Tian. Go, go, go! How could Hung Chao dare to say no at this moment? Not only did he hand over all the cultivation resources he had on him, but he also opened up his inner world and allowed Mai Tian to move everything from his inner world. In order to survive, he would even eat shit, let alone ask the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty to hand over all his cultivation resources. A wise man submits to circumstances. You are indeed the best of the best. He Tian looked at the mountains of cultivation resources in his inner world and was so happy that he almost couldn't help but hug Hung Chao and give him a kiss. As the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty, Hung Chao had access to a plethora of cultivation resources. He had all kinds of rare divine metal and divine herb kings that were billions of years old. He Tian had even obtained 2 quasi-immortal divine medicines from the depths of Hung Chao's inner world. These quasi-immortal divine medicines were divine medicines that could even be used by supremes. Additionally, those were all cultivation resources from Eternal World. Compared to the cultivation resources from other worlds, it was only natural that the quality of the cultivation resources here was the best. After robbing the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty, He Tian had more capital to break through to the extreme Tao. And all of you, hand over all your cultivation resources. He Tian did not hold back. There were as many as 12 of Hung Chao's subordinates trapped in the killing formation of the heavenly cycle stars. Although they were Hung Chao's subordinates, they definitely had a lot of cultivation resources. They were dumbfounded. "You don't want to hand them over? Then you can all go to hell." He Tian didn't want to waste his breath and was about to attack. "Don't. Young man, don't be impulsive." When those people saw that He Tian was about to attack, they were all shocked. Even their master, the crown prince, was not a match for this madman, so they were even less of a match for him. Hung Chao's subordinates no longer hesitated. They all handed over their cultivation resources and opened their inner worlds for He Tian to inspect. Seeing Erebus rob them of their cultivation resources, these people's hearts were bleeding. They were different from the eldest prince of the eternal divine dynasty. Those were the cultivation resources that they had accumulated for a lifetime, but they were robbed just like that. They had worked hard for a lifetime, but in the end, they had helped someone else. Moreover, they had no choice but to hand them over, because no one wanted to die. He Tian really can't change his nature. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky and overseeing the Chaos Immortal Mansion, couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. This was He Tian. No matter who you were, even if you were the son of the emperor, he would still rob you. Just then, Gu Fei suddenly sensed 2 extremely powerful auras erupting from a large lake in the east of the Chaos Immortal Mansion. With a thought, he sensed everything there. He saw 2 figures standing on the surface of the lake. Two experts were facing each other, and the pressure from their bodies was constantly rising. One of the experts was an acquaintance, and the other was a masked woman from the eternal world. She was dressed in a fluttering white robe. Do you understand the concept of first come, first served? I saw the violet lotus of enlightenment first, so it should belong to me. The purple-clad Qin Yao stared at the woman in white and said coldly, "Humph. What do you mean by first come, first served? I only believe in strength. The violet lotus of enlightenment belongs to whoever's fist is harder." The woman in white was incomparably domineering. "Haha, very well. In that case, there's nothing more to say. Let's fight." The pressure from Qin Yao's body continued to rise as if there was no end to it. Beam after beam of divine light rushed out of her body and circled around her. A Tao diagram of yin and yang emerged from her body. However, the aura of the white-robed woman in front of Qin Yao was no weaker than Qin Yao. Behind the white-robed woman, there seemed to be a boundless ocean connected to it. Boundless water Tao energy surged out of her body. An entire world seemed to be surging. Qin Yao cultivated the great Tao of yin and yang, while the woman in white cultivated the great Tao of water. The two of them were already at the quasi-supreme stage. Both of them wanted to take another step forward to become a true extreme supreme. However, it was very difficult for Qin Yao to take that step forward. The woman in white also wanted to take that step forward. However, compared to Qin Yao, it was easier for her. She did not have the suppression from her supreme bloodline. Interesting. The battle between Qin Yao and the woman in white attracted Gu Fei's attention. One of them was the daughter of Grand Emperor Yin Yang, while the other was an expert from the eternal world. Chapter 4577. The trial within the Chaos Immortal Mansion continued. Due to the participation of the cultivators from Eternal World, Gu Fei decided to extend the end of the trial indefinitely. In other words, if he wanted to stop the trial, it would stop. If he did not, it would continue. There were plenty of divine herbs and materials within the Chaos Immortal Mansion. There was even the undying peach tree. There was no need to worry about a lack of participants. Additionally, the trial was no longer just a fight between the four quasi-supremes. Now, the mysterious and unfathomable cultivators from Eternal World had arrived as well. Although the cultivators from Eternal World were also quasi-supremes, the heavenly Tao of their world was stronger than that of any other world. Their grand Tao had gone through countless years of evolution and was already near the strongest and most complete. Compared to Eternal World, the grand Tao of the human world, celestial plane, primogenitor realm, and primogenitor realm was still immature. That was the difference between a child and an adult. In the eyes of the cultivators from Eternal World, Guling, Heitian, and the others were just a bunch of bumpkins. At that moment, the calm surface of a great lake in the eastern region of the Chaos Immortal Mansion rose up with towering waves. The entire lake seemed to be boiling. Some of the powerful cultivators hiding at the bottom of the lake were alarmed. However, in the face of the two peak-level quasi-supremes, the powerful cultivators at the bottom of the lake trembled in fear. Gu Fei, who was seated cross-legged above the 9 heavens of the Chaos Immortal Mansion, was feeling curious as well. Who exactly was the stronger of the two experts who were confronting each other on the lake? 1. Space shook and the waves on the surface of the lake suddenly stopped. The surface of the lake became as still as a mirror, a stark contrast to the towering waves earlier. Kill! Qin Yao was the first to attack. Rays of light, transformed from the yin-yang divine diagram, slashed towards the white-robed woman. Wherever the rays of light passed, ripples would appear in the void. This was the power of the Grand Tao. Qin Yao's cultivation of the Grand Tao of yin-yang had reached a bottleneck. It was already near perfection. One more step and she would reach the pinnacle of the Tao. However, Qin Yao's attempt to break through to the pinnacle of the Tao was far more difficult. She was the daughter of the Yin Yang Emperor and possessed his supreme bloodline. The Yin-Yang Emperor's Tao had been passed down to Qin Yao through her bloodline. The Tao that came from the Yin-Yang Great Emperor did not belong to Qin Yao. Before reaching the extreme Tao realm, the Yin-Yang Great Emperor's Tao was of great help to Qin Yao's cultivation. However, when Qin Yao's cultivation reached the quasi-supremacy stage, the Yin-Yang Emperor's Tao would suppress Qin Yao's Tao. The difficulty of breaking through such a great emperor's Tao was unimaginable. Humph! Child's play. The woman in white sneered. In the next moment, she waved her right hand and a pillar of water shot up from the surface of the lake. Following her gesture, the pillar of water instantly turned into a water blade and slashed forward. Swoosh! Saber chi swept out in all directions, instantly destroying all the yin-yang light blades that were slashing towards her. The saber intent of this saber. When Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky, saw this scene, he couldn't help but be startled. The woman in white's water blade was no trifling matter. After the woman in white's water blade broke through Qin Yao's yin-yang light blades, its momentum did not diminish. It continued to slash towards Qin Yao. Moreover, its power grew stronger and stronger, drawing in all the water elemental energy in the world. Qin Yao couldn't help but be startled when she saw this saber. The opponent's saber had locked onto her. No matter how she dodged, the opponent's saber would follow her like a shadow. I can only go all out. Qin Yao took a deep breath. In the next moment, a dazzling yin-yang divine light erupted from her body. Her entire body disappeared within the yin-yang divine light. In just an instant, Qin Yao had turned into a yin-yang Tao diagram. Qin Yao's body turned into a yin-yang Tao diagram and directly met the opponent's water blade. The woman in white saber light was directly absorbed by Qin Yao's yin-yang Tao diagram. The woman in white frowned. This lowly creature from the lower realms was actually able to block my saber? This water blade technique, in the sect that the woman in white came from, wasn't considered a profound supernatural ability. However, it was still considered a superior cultivation method. Qin Yao had so easily broken through this water blade technique. This was something that the woman in white never imagined. Could it be that I have underestimated these people? The woman in white couldn't help but be moved. Wang, the yin-yang Tao diagram trembled. In an instant, it became as large as a mountain. A heaven-swallowing strength came crashing down from the yin-yang Tao diagram, causing ripples to appear in the void. The woman in white was startled. In the next moment, she involuntarily flew towards the yin-yang Tao diagram that fell from the sky. Roar! The woman in white roared. Water elemental energy immediately condensed in her hand. In the next moment, she slashed at the yin-yang Tao diagram that Qin Yao had transformed into. However, Qin Yao's supernatural ability was no trifling matter. The yin-yang Tao diagram revolved and could swallow everything. As the woman in white's sword approached the yin-yang Tao diagram, it disappeared once more. It was very sudden, as if the yin-yang Tao diagram was connected to an endless world. The yin-yang Tao diagram could swallow everything. Swoosh! The yin-yang Tao diagram that Qin Yao transformed into cut towards the woman in white. The great Taos of yin and yang wove together on the Tao diagram. Countless Tao patterns bloomed with the most devastating light. Humph! The woman in white coldly sneered. She slashed out with her saber again. Endless saber energy surged out, forcefully blocking the yin-yang Tao diagram. Seeing this, Qin Yao had no choice but to retreat. For a time, the two powerhouses were unable to deal with each other. As for the lake beneath their feet, it was directly destroyed by the vast fluctuations of energy. On a mountain beside the lake, there was a pond at the peak of the mountain. There was a purple lotus of enlightenment, and the corpse of a savage beast the size of a small mountain lay less than 10 zhang away from the purple lotus of enlightenment. Fresh blood seeped out from the savage beast's body, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. A fellow sneakily crept up from the foot of the mountain and slowly walked towards a pond. He was very careful, because he didn't want to alarm the two powerhouses above the lake. It had to be known that either one of them was a quasi-supreme being. Below the supreme being level, they were invincible existences. If he were to alarm them, then he would likely be in deep trouble. These two were both peerless geniuses of heaven. Either one of them was an existence that could shake an entire region. He couldn't afford to offend either of them, so he could only stealthily steal away the purple enlightenment lotus. Chapter 4578. Within the world of the primal chaos immortal mansion, battles were erupting everywhere. Tong Yu, the original master of the immortal mansion world, had laid out countless schemes for the sake of gathering the life essence of countless living beings, turning the entire world into a supreme killing trap. In order to lure those supreme experts into the immortal mansion world, he had hidden all the natural treasures, cultivation methods, and Tao artifacts he had gathered over countless years. If one wanted to obtain natural treasures, supreme cultivation methods, and powerful Tao artifacts, they would have to pay a price. And that price was one's life. Since ancient times, the primal chaos immortal mansion world had appeared countless times, harvesting the lives of countless experts. Of course, there were also some small fry that Tong Yu had let go. It had to be known that if not many people succeeded in obtaining rare treasures or supreme cultivation methods, the immortal mansion world would lose its allure to everyone. After all, if one knew they would die, who would still venture into the immortal mansion world? Those experts who had ventured into the immortal mansion world, only to perish inside and become nourishment for Tong Yu, had only gone in with the slightest hope of success. At this time, the great lake at the foot of the mountain had been blasted apart by Qin Yao and the white-clothed woman. Beam after beam of terrifying destructive light shot out from the bottom of the lake, piercing directly towards Qin Yao and the white-clothed woman. Suppress. The white-clothed woman used a supreme divine technique, forcibly gathering the water essence of heaven and earth, transforming it into a giant seal. The seal instantly took shape, radiating boundless light. Within each ray of divine light, countless Tao patterns could be faintly seen. Rumble, a watermark directly suppressed downwards, forcibly suppressing the destructive light that was piercing towards her. Your killing formation seems a bit weak, Gu Fei said to Tong Yu, who was overlooking the entire primal chaos immortal mansion world. Tong Yu's current appearance was that of a 12-year-old child. He was a bit embarrassed. The violet lotus of enlightenment isn't some kind of rare divine medicine. It's not a big deal to let them get it. The killing formation that Tong Yu had set up around the violet lotus of enlightenment wasn't that heaven-defying, but it wasn't something that just anyone could break. The violet lotus of enlightenment wasn't very useful to quasi-supremes, because it could help them comprehend the Tao. However, quasi-supremes' Taos were already almost perfect. It was impossible to break through to the extreme grade just by eating the enlightenment purple lotus. Even the immortal spiritual medicine was not that heaven-defying. The extreme Tao was no longer something that could be created by some heaven-defying divine medicine or some supreme being. One could only rely on oneself. Only by taking that step could one's Tao be perfected. However, the purple lotus of enlightenment could help a person become a saint and create a saint. Even in eternal world, this divine herb was very rare. The violet lotus of enlightenment within the immortal pond on the mountain was the mother plant. By carefully nurturing it, it could grow into a large field. In this way, those who mastered the purple lotus of enlightenment would be able to create a large number of sages. This was the value of the purple lotus of enlightenment. However, very few people knew the true value of the violet lotus of the Tao. Only the top forces in eternal world possessed the methods to nurture the various divine herbs. The sect that the white-robed woman belonged to had the method to grow the purple lotus of enlightenment. Naturally, the white-robed woman would not let go of a divine herb capable of creating a large number of sages. Even the sages created through the use of divine herbs were still sages. Naturally, the sages created through the use of this divine herb could not be compared to the sages created through their own efforts. However, if they could create an army of sages, they would be able to sweep through even eternal world. It was then that the white-robed woman revealed her secret art. Using the power of water, she condensed out a great seal to suppress the power of the killing array coming from the lake. At the same time, Qi Niao, who had transformed into the yin-yang Tao diagram, furiously devoured the destructive light coming at her. The two secret arts were polar opposites. One devoured while the other suppressed. On the surface, the white-robed woman gave off a majestic air of majesty, like a peerless goddess of war. However, Qi Niao, on the other hand, was gathering power. The yin-yang Tao diagram was capable of absorbing energy from all directions for her own use. Thus, the more Qi Niao fought, the stronger she became. Even when fighting against experts on the same level as her, she would often end up the victor. In fact, some of those who were stronger than Qi Niao would end up being exhausted to death by Qi Niao. Kill! The white-robed woman put away the water seal and clenched her fists. An extremely domineering aura immediately erupted from her body. Let me show you what the martial extreme divine fist is. There was a hint of disdain in the white-robed woman's voice. The next moment, she punched out, causing the entire world to shake. It was as though a primordial war beast had awakened from its slumber. This is... Qi Niao sensed an extreme sense of danger from the white-robed woman. Even Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged in the ninth heaven and overlooking the battle, had his eyes lit up. Was this an eternal combat skill? He was once an eternal one and had created an eternal combat skill. However, the martial extreme divine fist displayed by the white-robed woman was the pinnacle of a different kind of martial arts. Eternal World also has a martial arts legacy. When Gu Fei thought of this, he could not help but feel shocked. He recalled many things. Above the myriad heavens there was the primal world, and the primal world. However, there was actually a world above the primal world. Could it be that the cultivation legacies of the primal world came from eternal world? Could it be that the source of everything was in eternal world? Gu Fei knew that the truth would only come to light after he entered eternal world. Who? At this moment, the white-robed woman had already punched at Qi Niao. In an instant, Gu Fei seemed to see countless stars and suns shattering under the white-robed woman's fist. It was as though the entire world had been pierced by this fist. The fist could shatter stars and suppress the universe. This was a kind of fist intent. It was a different kind of display of the true power of this fist technique. Right now, the white-robed woman only had the cultivation base of a quasi-supreme. It was impossible for her to display the true power of the martial extreme divine fist. However, even if she could only display 1/10,000th of the martial extreme divine fist power, she would still be invincible among those of the same level. Roar! Qi Niao roared. Her hair danced in the wind and her entire body fused with the yin-yang Tao diagram. She circulated the yin-yang secret technique with all her might, wanting to devour the white-robed woman into her yin-yang world. However, the moment Qi Niao's yin-yang Tao diagram came into contact with the white-robed woman's fist, the yin-yang Tao diagram collapsed in the void. It was just one punch, but Qi Niao's divine body was pierced through. She was sent flying hundreds of thousands of li away. Her divine body was nearly destroyed by the white-robed woman's punch. Even Gu Fei was stunned by this result. This fist technique has such power? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. Chapter 4579. The white-robed woman had defeated Qi Niao with a single punch. Many of the spectators were dumbfounded. How is that possible? That's the little princess of the Qin clan. How could she be defeated with a single punch? She's the daughter of the yin-yang great emperor. She shouldn't have been defeated so thoroughly. Those who knew Qi Niao's background couldn't believe it. However, the elegance of the white-robed woman's punch had won everyone's admiration. This kind of fist technique had already surpassed the limits of all moves. Even Tang Yu, a half-step eternal existence, could only see some clues from the fist intent of this punch. The others, even the extreme Tao Supremes, found it difficult to comprehend anything from the punch that the white-robed woman threw out. Only Gu Fei was able to see through the true power of the white-robed woman's punch. This was an eternal grade martial path battle skill, and it was displayed by a quasi-supreme like the white-robed woman. Although its power was less than 1/10,000th, it was still not something that Qin Yao could contend with. One must know that even Qin Yao's father, the invincible Yin-Yang Emperor who had once dominated the 9 heavens, only had the cultivation of an extreme supreme being. Extreme grade great arts and eternal grade battle skills were simply not on the same level. There was simply no comparison. Qin Yao and the white-robed woman were both quasi-supreme. In a battle of the same level, eternal grade battle skills would crush extreme grade great arts. This was inevitable. Aborigines will always be aborigines. I just got a little serious, and you can't take it anymore. How boring. The white-robed woman was very disdainful. She turned around and was about to take the purple lotus of enlightenment. What did you say? Qin Yao's cold voice came from afar. A powerful killing intent instantly locked onto the white-robed woman. Do you really want to die? The white-robed woman looked indifferently at Qin Yao, who was walking over step by step. The current Qin Yao was in an extremely sorry state. Her hair was a mess, and blood was oozing from the corner of her mouth. There was a bloody hole in her chest, from which blood was constantly dripping. In particular, there were streams of intertwining great Tao energy on the wound, like lightning. That was the white-robed woman's great Tao energy attached to Qin Yao's wound, cutting off her vitality. This kind of great Tao injury was not so easy to heal. Do you really think you can defeat me? Qin Yao smiled gently. When she was sent flying by the white-robed woman's punch, a strand of soul sense descended from the sky and directly entered her soul. At that moment, countless pieces of information surged into her sea of consciousness. Figures appeared one after another in her sea of consciousness, displaying a supreme battle skill to her. Heaven Transformation Hand. Qin Yao understood in an instant, and she was pleasantly surprised. My successor is no weaker than anyone else. A voice sounded in her mind. Master? Qin Yao was overjoyed. This was Gu Fei's voice. Although she had taken Yen as her master, she could also be considered as Gu Fei's successor. At this time, Gu Fei passed on a supreme battle skill to her. The Heaven Transformation Hand was said to be able to transform the heavens, and its might was many times stronger than his yin-yang secret art. This kind of direct transmission could allow Qin Yao to grasp the basics of this battle skill. It should be said that this kind of transmission from Gu Fei had also passed on his experience and comprehension of this battle skill. You don't know the meaning of death. In that case, I will send you on your way. As soon as the white-clothed woman punched out, a domineering power immediately erupted. The surrounding void shook violently, and ripples of space spread out in all directions with her as the center. The martial divine fist was truly a heaven-defying battle skill. Just the fist momentum alone was enough to cause the weather to change. If this fist were to be unleashed, wouldn't it be able to destroy the world? The martial divine fist is truly worthy of being the martial extreme immortal sect guarding battle skill. Some experts from the eternal world who were watching the battle could not help but exclaim when they saw this. If the martial extreme immortal sect's martial divine fist was used by an eternal existence, it would certainly suppress the 9 heavens. The fist could shake the universe and destroy the world. It was not impossible. We don't know who will send who on their way yet. Qin Yao chuckled. She stared at the white-robed woman, and the aura on her body rapidly changed. Boom! In the next instant, a towering might burst out from Qin Yao's body. She assumed a pose, and a terrifying domain instantly formed. All the worldly spiritual energy gathered towards the domain. Qin Yao was devouring all the worldly essence, seemingly wanting to devour the entire world. Seeing this, the white-robed woman's eyes involuntarily narrowed. An eternal battle skill? She could not help but feel shocked. She had never imagined that the other party would also possess an eternal battle skill. Furthermore, judging by the might of the skill, it seemed to be in no way inferior to her martial, divine fist. How was this possible? How could a mere aborigine possess an eternal battle skill? Eternal tier combat skills, cultivation techniques, or secret techniques. Even in Eternal World, there were the secret techniques of the various clans, sects and sects that were not to be divulged. Only the heir disciples of the various clans and sects would be taught them. Moreover, heir disciples were absolutely not allowed to divulge the sect's secret techniques to others. Not even their own sons were allowed to do so unless they had the sect's permission. If they were to divulge the sect's secret techniques without permission, the consequences would be extremely dire. One hand to transform the heavens. Qin Yao made her move. The endless worldly spiritual energy gathered by the heaven-formed domain rapidly converged, and a huge hand appeared in the void, slapping towards the white-robed woman. Rumble! Everything in the path of the huge hand was obliterated, and all the power in its path was melted away. Roar! The white-robed woman roared furiously. Her long hair fluttered in the wind as she unleashed a punch at the incoming huge hand. This was Wu Jishin from the martial extreme immortal sect in the Eternal World. As the white-robed woman unleashed her punch, the entire world shook. To be able to shake the entire world, the white-robed woman's fist energy had reached an unimaginable level. It had to be said that this world was incomparably stable. Ordinary quasi-supremes would not be able to shake the primal chaos immortal mansion world. At that moment, even Gu Fei felt somewhat nervous. The eternal battle skill he had created, the heaven-form hand to the opponent's martial divine fist. Which of the two was stronger? Boom! The heaven-form hand that Qin Yao unleashed collided against the white-robed woman's divine fist of martial divine fist, resulting in a world-shaking boom. A massive black hole was blasted out from the collision. A terrifying aura of devastation spread out in every direction. Even the countless experts who were watching the battle from the side sensed extreme danger, and they had no choice but to run far away. Those two, everyone there was incomparably shocked. Chapter 4580. Qin Yao and the white-robed woman were fighting at a large lake in the Chaos Immortal Mansion. It was for a godly medicine in the celestial pond on the hill next to the lake. The name of the godly medicine was the Enlightenment Violet Lotus. Although it was not a top-level godly medicine, it could help a cultivator break through to the saint level. The battle between Qin Yao and the white-robed woman had already turned into a clash of eternal battle techniques. Rumble! The white-robed woman's fists shook the heavens and the earth. The sun, moon, and stars trembled as if they would fall from the sky at any moment. Qin Yao's heaven-transforming hand wasn't to be underestimated either. She could transform any kind of essence into the most primitive form and then devour it, turning it into her own power. Again, die! The two silhouettes radiated endless divine light of the great path, and they once again clashed together. The extremely violent waves of power swept out in all directions. In their hands, the eternal level combat skills erupted with unimaginable power. These two, wherever the two experts went, everything was crushed. Even the void was punched out by them, and black holes were created one after another. Even the chaotic energy was punched out by them. Everyone who saw this was indescribably shocked. An ordinary quasi-supreme being was as weak as an ant in front of these two powerhouses. They could definitely crush them. What was a monster? This was a monster, almost invincible in the same realm. The lake was blasted apart, and the surrounding mountains were also crumbling. Only the mountain where the petal of enlightenment was located remained standing. This mountain wasn't simple. It was protected by a formation. Otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. At this time, a sneaky figure took advantage of the battle between Qin Yao and the white-robed woman to carefully look at the pond where the enlightenment violet lotus was. The pond wasn't big, and the lotus rooted in it was enveloped by a purple light. Little Baldy, are you trying to steal the divine herb? Just as a figure was about to pluck away the godly herb, a figure suddenly appeared at the peak of the mountain. Your Fan Xiu's successor? What are you waiting for if you don't come out and accept your death? The black figure's voice was extremely imposing. The person who wanted to steal the enlightenment violet lotus knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he stepped forward. Only then did the spectators realize what was happening on the mountain ridge where Violet Lotus was. Who is that? Hey, Tian? That little Baldy is out of luck, someone exclaimed. Little Baldy and Erebus, those two fellows are not good people, someone said through gritted teeth. He had just been robbed by Hey Tian, and there was still a big bump on the back of his head. He couldn't help but admire Hey Tian's accuracy and ruthlessness. In the void not far from the mountain ridge, many people were watching the show. There were also a few young disciples from other worlds standing in the sky. Back then, my Tian had robbed so many cultivators. Most of the cultivators from Eternal World had their bodies smashed by him, and all the cultivation resources on them had been looted as well. Hey, Tian actually dares to appear here? A young man in white clothes was in disbelief. His name was Wu Shintong. He was from the Wu family of Eternal World. His cultivation base had broken through to the peak of the quasi-supreme stage. Amongst those from Eternal World, he was definitely one of the best. Senior Brother Wu, you fell for it as well. A youngster cast a ferocious gaze at Hey Tian, who was standing on the mountain peak. The youngster had been robbed badly by Hey Tian. Even his clothes had been taken away. Now that he saw Hey Tian again, he nearly charged forward to fight him. Just as Hey Tian and the little monk were confronting each other on the mountain peak, in another region, Guling was surrounded by a dozen experts. Hand over the extreme divine source, or die. Guling, a middle-aged man with a rough appearance and a full beard, held a great spear in his hand. Extreme divine source was the source power left behind by an extreme supreme. It was incomparably precious. Humph! Come and take it if you have what it takes. Guling sneered. Kill! The middle-aged man with the great spear did not waste any words. With a roar, he brandished the great spear in his hand and stabbed at Guling. The man's simple attack displayed great power. The other experts also roared and attacked. In an instant, killing intent filled the air. The Tao artifact shone with dazzling divine light. Vast and mighty vital energy stirred up a strong gust of wind in the area. How could anyone who dared to attack Guling be an ordinary person? There was a total of 17 experts. All of them were quasi-supreme. When they attacked together, it gave off a shocking feeling as though there were thousands of soldiers and horses charging at them. In their opinion, Guling had gone mad. She actually dared to fight 17 quasi-supreme alone. Among these quasi-supreme, there were even a few peak quasi-supreme existences. Haha, bring it on. Guling laughed loudly. She pushed her feet on the ground, and the ground beneath her immediately collapsed. At the same time, she shot forward like an arrow, fiercely pouncing into the crowd. Shouts and screams immediately rang out. Figures flew out like broken cloth bags. Tao artifacts broke and blood splattered. In just an instant, 5 or 6 people were sent flying by Guling. Guling was domineering to the extreme. She was like a terrifying Tyrannosaurus Rex. With every move she made, a violent power burst out. Her fists were indestructible. Those martial artists who were hit would die, and those who were touched would be injured. Her attacks were simple, direct, and effective. With a single punch, she shattered a blade light and smashed the head of a quasi-supreme saber Tao expert, causing him to die instantly. With a sweep of her leg, the spear was broken, and the strong spear-wielding man was kicked in the waist. His entire body immediately twisted strangely and was almost split into two. It seemed like he would not be able to survive. Gu Ling's every attack contained the power of her great Tao. Those who were hit by her would be injured by the great Tao. Monster! This guy is simply a monster. Those 17 quasi-supreme only lasted for 3 breaths of time, and more than half of them were killed by Gu Ling. The remaining people were scared out of their wits and directly turned to flee. This was a complete suppression. There was no suspense. Gu Ling waved her right hand, and a broken saber immediately flew up from the ground. She then grabbed it and exerted force with her 5 fingers. She forcibly crushed the saber and then threw it towards those who were fleeing. The fragments pierced through the air, and blood splattered everywhere. Those who wanted to flee were directly penetrated by the fragments. They fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. Gu Ling's power of the great Tao obliterated the vitality of these people. Swoosh! Gu Ling took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the middle-aged man. You are really too stupid. Chapter 4581. Gu Ling was Gu Fei and Yan Er's only daughter. Her cultivation was inherited from Gu Fei, and her alchemy skills were also inherited from her family. Yan Er's alchemy skills had also reached the quasi-supreme realm. She was only 1 step away from becoming an extreme master alchemist. This was many times higher than the cultivation of the founding ancestor of Yan Er's sect. The founding ancestor of Yan Er's sect was only a sage and was known as the alchemy saint. The cauldron of myriad medicines was also a saint weapon when it was passed to Yan Er. But now the cauldron of myriad medicines had been refined into a quasi-supreme Tao weapon by Yan. Yan Er was also here. With Gu Fei's cultivation, it wasn't difficult to find Yan Er because of the special connection between them. Yan Er's indifferent personality didn't want to fight for fortunes with others. However, she knew very well that in the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. Only when one's fist was strong enough would others not dare to provoke you. At this time, Yan Er was on a short mountain in the distance. She watched as her daughter displayed her prowess and killed more than 12 people who wanted to kill her daughter. She begged for mercy. My daughter is like her father. Yan Er sighed and looked up at the sky. You can't see me. Gu Fei was watching Yan up in the sky. When he saw her suddenly look up, he hurriedly looked away, feeling a little embarrassed. In fact, Gu Fei was sitting in a lotus position in the sky with layers of formations around him. Even though Yan Er had a quasi-supreme realm cultivation, she couldn't see Gu Fei. Gu Ling's personality was like Gu Fei's, and Yan Er was right. Yan Er knew her personality very well. She was aloof from worldly affairs, indifferent to fame and fortune, and hesitant. She was able to cultivate to the quasi-supreme realm all because of Gu Fei. If Gu Ling's personality was like her mother's, she would have died countless times on the ancient road of the human tribe. Speak, who sent you here to die? Gu Ling looked coldly at the middle-aged man in front of her. Humph. Killing people and robbing them of their treasures is a common occurrence in the cultivation world. Why would anyone send us here? The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said he could sense an extremely dangerous aura from Gu Ling. Gu Ling already had the intention to kill him. Once such an existence had the intention to kill someone, it would definitely make the other party bleed. Humph, very good. Are you not going to speak? I have my ways to make you speak. After saying that, Gu Ling's right hand shot out to grab the middle-aged man. This seemingly casual grab gave the middle-aged man a completely different feeling. In the middle-aged man's eyes, it was as if the other party had covered the entire world with a single hand. One hand to cover the sky. The middle-aged man didn't move. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, but the other party had already locked onto him. No matter how he dodged, the other party's hand would follow him like a shadow. Roar! The middle-aged man operated his secret technique with all his might. A ball of divine light emerged from his body and enveloped him. The next moment, the middle-aged man involuntarily flew towards Gu Ling. What? Seeing this, the middle-aged man could not help but be moved. Without any suspense, the middle-aged man was blasted apart by Gu Ling's punch. His body and soul were almost completely destroyed. In the end, Gu Ling used a soul-searching secret technique to read the memories of the middle-aged man's nascent spirit. Only then did he know what had happened. The Eternal Divine Dynasty was located on the celestial continent in the Eternal World. As one of the three major factions in the celestial continent, the Eternal Divine Dynasty had many factions attached themselves to it. The reason why this group of people were looking for Gu Ling was because of the Stone Clan, which was one of the major factions under the Eternal Divine Dynasty. Gu Fei had reached an agreement with the Eternal Divine Dynasty's ancestor that they would not interfere. However, the Stone Clan wanted nothing more than to tear Gu Fei to pieces, because one of their ancestors had fallen at the hands of Gu Fei. When the supreme ancestor of the Eternal Divine Dynasty had led an army to attack the Eternal Divine Dynasty, he had been stopped by Gu Fei in outer space. Gu Fei had killed several Supreme Grade Supremes with a snap of his fingers. Among the Supreme Grade Supremes were the Stone Clan's Supreme Grade Patriarchs. The Stone Men were a major clan in the Eternal Godly Dynasty, and they had a Supreme Great Ancestor in charge. But now that their great ancestor was dead, the Stone Men were in grave danger. Without the protection of their Supreme Grade Great Ancestor, the Stone Clan's position in the Eternal Divine Dynasty was unstable. Even in the Eternal World, cultivation resources were limited. There were three major factions in the Celestial Continent, and the Eternal Divine Dynasty was only one of them. Within the Eternal Divine Dynasty, there were countless other factions. Although the Eternal Imperial family was powerful, they had to be careful when dealing with the other factions. With the death of the Stone Clan's Supreme Patriarch, the other major factions naturally coveted the Stone Clan's territory. The Stone Clan didn't dare to seek revenge on Gu Fei, so they went after Gu Ling instead. However, they didn't expect Gu Ling to be so difficult to deal with. Gu Ling was almost invincible among those of the same rank. She crushed the 17 experts of the Stone Clan, causing the leader of the Stone Clan to flee in fear. The 17 experts of the Stone Clan were all killed by Gu Ling Mother. Gu Ling came to Yan Er's side. Your cultivation base seems to have increased again. Yan Er smiled at her daughter. Gu Ling sighed. Unfortunately, I can't take that step. Yan Er rubbed Gu Ling's head. Sometimes you can't succeed no matter what you try, but sometimes you can let go of everything, and success will follow naturally. Mother, could it be that you? Gu Ling was overjoyed. Was her mother going to become a supreme? Yan Er pondered for a moment. I don't know. I never force anything. It's best if it succeeds, but it's fine if it doesn't. Haha, Gu Ling laughed. Her mother was indeed going to become a supreme, a clan with two supremes. This was a wonderful story in the cultivation world. Of course, she didn't have to become a supreme. Madam is going to become a supreme. The Star Beast Sovereign and Black Wind Sovereign, who were following behind Gu Fei, were shocked. Just a little bit more, but it won't be long. Gu Fei sat cross-legged above the 9 heavens, overlooking the entire Immortal Mansion world. He could see Yan Er's cultivation base at a glance. She was actually on the verge of a breakthrough. She was in a mysterious state. If she took a step forward, she would become a supreme. If she took a step back, she would still be a quasi-supreme. Ha! Gu Fei threw his head back and laughed. His voice spread throughout the Immortal Mansion world. The experts who were fighting for the good fortune in the Immortal Mansion world were all shocked beyond belief. Father, Gu Ling looked up at the sky. What's that guy laughing at? Elsewhere, the old tortoise also looked up at the sky. Chapter 4582. On a small mountain in the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, immortal energy swirled around. It was as though the sound of the great Tao could be heard reverberating through the air. A faint fragrance permeated the air, giving those who smelled it a feeling of enlightenment. It was as though the difficult problems that had plagued them for countless years had become simple. All of this originated from a small pond on the mountain peak. More accurately, it originated from a purple lotus in the pond. Although the violet lotus of enlightenment was not some heaven-defying divine medicine, it could allow one to comprehend the Tao and attain the Tao fruit of a sage. That aspect alone made the violet lotus of enlightenment quite rare. It had to be said, divine medicines that could allow one to comprehend the Tao were very rare items in every world. The violet lotus of enlightenment was something that even the experts from eternal world would covet. That alone was enough to prove its value. As Qin Yao and the white-robed woman were fighting, a little Baldy nearly stole the violet lotus of enlightenment from the mountain peak. Little Baldy, who is your master? He Tian stopped the little monk on the mountain peak. Humph, you already know the answer. The little Baldy flipped his right hand and an alms bowl appeared in his hand. The moment He Tian saw the alms bowl in the little monk's hand, his eyes glinted with incomparable sharpness. You really are the successor of that evil little Baldy. Ha! My luck today is too good. He Tian stared at the little monk, the corners of his lips curling into a sneer. He had some grudges with the little Baldy, Fan Xiu. Fan Xiu was nowhere to be found, so he could not settle the score with him. Since that was the case, he would first take down his disciple and collect some interest. People say that He Tian is the most despicable person in the world of Black Hands. Now that I have met him, he truly lives up to his reputation. The little Baldy was not afraid of He Tian. What did you say? He Tian was displeased. This fellow actually said that he was the #1 person in the world of Black Hands. Son of a bitch, the #1 person in the world of Black Hands is your master, Fan Xiu. The little monk smiled and said, Is that not the case? I am your junior and a child. Don't you feel ashamed for attacking a child? Tui, are you a child? Fuck, I can see that your nascent divinity aura is practically that of an ancient antique. You're still pretending to be young? How shameless! He Tian was hopping mad. Although this fellow looked like a child, the aura of his primordial spirit was not human. No matter what, you're bullying the weak. The little monk said proudly. Damn it, so what if I'm bullying the weak? Let's capture you first. Erebus couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on the little Baldy. He took a step forward and reached out with his right hand to grab the little Baldy. 5 beams of divine light shot out from his hand and enveloped the little monk within them. Hee, I'm not playing with you anymore. The little monk chuckled. In the next moment, a ball of divine light instantly enveloped him. In the next moment, the void trembled and he actually disappeared in the void in an instant. He was nowhere to be seen. What, a greater teleportation Dao seal? Only now did He Tian realize that this little fellow had been playing with him from the beginning to the end. Damn it! He Tian was about to go crazy from anger. He directly punched the small mountain. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire small mountain actually exploded from his punch. Instantly, rocks flew everywhere and dust filled the air. He Tian grabbed the violet lotus of enlightenment and rushed out. However, as soon as he popped his head out, a fist flew towards his face at an extremely fast speed. Bang! He Tian only felt his vision go black. Stars danced in the sky as he directly fell from the sky. The violet lotus of enlightenment in his hand was also snatched away by someone. Who's the one plotting against me? He Tian was filled with hatred. He directly fell from the sky and smashed a large hole in the ground. Boom! In the next moment, the ground exploded. Like an extremely ferocious beast, He Tian soared into the sky. Who is it? Get the hell out here for me. He Tian's anger burned the 9 heavens. He wanted to kill someone. Who do you want to get the hell out here? A cold voice was heard from the side. He Tian suddenly turned around. In the next moment, he immediately became terrified and directly turned to escape. Come back! an ancestral dragon's claw directly grabbed at He Tian, as if the entire world was enveloped by this ancestral dragon's claw. He Tian actually flew towards the ancestral dragon's claw involuntarily. He Tian activated his Xian Qi, wanting to break the seal of the ancestral dragon's claw and escape. However, under the cover of the ancestral dragon's claw, He Tian could not escape at all. In the next moment, He Tian was caught by the ancestral dragon's claw. Big Brother Tortoise, what are you doing? He Tian had no choice but to be terrified. The opponent was the old tortoise, the son of the Tai Huang Emperor, the leader of the Heaven Realm's demon clans. He was the strongest existence in the Heaven Realm's demon clans. You're the tortoise. Your whole family are tortoises. The old tortoise was furious. This guy actually dared to trick him. It was too hateful. Yes, I'm a tortoise. Just treat me as a tortoise and let me go. He Tian hurriedly smiled apologetically. In fact, the name Old Tortoise was coined by Gu Fei. This old tortoise was the son of the Tai Huang Emperor and the eldest of the Tai Huang Emperor's 9 sons. His real name was Baxia. The old tortoise, rolled his eyes. How about this? Give me half of the things you looted, and I'll be magnanimous and let you go. What do you think? What? Why don't you just rob me? He Tian cried. He had worked so hard to loot, and now he had to hand over half of it. Wasn't this asking for his life? Haha. The old tortoise laughed and said, Aren't I robbing you now? He Tian was speechless. Hand it over. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer a little, the old tortoise said as he held He Tian's hand with a little more force. Ouch, don't. He Tian immediately cried out. All right, I'll hand it over, okay? He Tian's heart bled at the thought of handing over half of the looted resources to the old tortoise. Half of the looted resources was not a small amount. It had to be said that the majority of the targets he looted were the divine sons and saintesses from Eternal World. The items on them were not ordinary. That's more like it. Consider it my compensation for the mental damage. The old tortoise grinned. What the hell? Compensation for mental damage. He Tian gave Gu Fei the middle finger in his heart. He had always been the one looting others, but now he was the one being robbed. Was this the legendary reversal of fortune? He Tian wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Haha, retribution. There were people from the human realm who had been looted by Mahakala in the vicinity. They were all gloating at this scene. They couldn't wait for someone to teach this evil fellow a lesson. Just as He Tian was being robbed by the old tortoise, 2 extremely powerful divine senses instantly locked onto them. What's going on? The old tortoise was taken aback, but He Tian was both surprised and overjoyed. Hand over the items. The 2 experts charged at the old tortoise at the same time. Extremely powerful energy waves erupted from their bodies. They were Qin Yao and the white-robed woman. Whoosh! The old tortoise did not even think about it. He took He Tian and fled, disappearing in an instant. After them, Qin Yao and the white-robed woman chased after them. They had just been engaged in a life-and-death battle. Now, they were facing a common enemy and were chasing after the old tortoise and He Tian. This made the old tortoise and He Tian extremely depressed. These guys, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged above the 9 heavens, could not help but laugh when he saw this scene. At this time, Gu Fei was in an extremely good mood. His wife, Yen was finally about to become an extreme-grade sovereign. Yen was already in an indescribably mysterious state. He did not intend to help Yen whether she could become an extreme-grade sovereign or not depended entirely on herself. Others could not help her at all. Even a supreme existence in the eternal realm couldn't create an extreme Dao paragon. Yen, and Guling needed to have a good chat. At this time, a powerful eternal grade devil Dao aura entered the Chaos Immortal Mansion from the outside. Countless living beings were terrified to the extreme. Gu Fei could not help but frown when he sensed this Devil Dao aura. Go and take a look. Gu Fei said to Tong Yu beside him. Yes. Tong Yu hurriedly accepted the order and turned to leave. At this time, outside the Chaos Immortal Mansion, the battle between Di Jiutian and the Great Devil had reached a climax. In the void, 9 incarnations surrounded the Great Devil. Boom! The Eternal Devil punched out, and one of Di Jiutian's incarnations was immediately blown up in the void. However, Di Jiutian's clone, which had been blasted apart by the Eternal Demon's punch, appeared in the void again and attacked Di Jiutian. Di Jiutian's mystique was simply invincible. The 9 incarnations all had the battle power of the original body. This was too terrifying. It should be known that this was equivalent to 9 Di Jiutians attacking at the same time. That Great Devil was not a real eternal Great Devil. He was just a half-step eternal existence. If this Great Devil was an eternal Great Devil, he would have killed Di Jiutian with a single move. Rumble! The entire void exploded, countless mountains collapsed, and the earth sank. Everything within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was destroyed. This was simply apocalyptic. Although the half-step eternal Great Devil wasn't a true eternal Great Devil, it had already cultivated the true eternal devil power. It was precisely because of this that it could compete with Di Jiutian and even suppress him. Little guy, this demon master is not playing with you anymore. The Great Devil suddenly grinned, and in the next moment, he displayed a devil martial battle technique. Great Devil, Heavenly Hand! The Great Devil shouted, and a devil hand appeared in the void, directly enveloping Di Jiutian's 9 incarnations. The devil hand grinded down like a millstone. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared on Di Jiutian's 9 incarnations, as if they were about to collapse in the void. Even Di Jiutian, who was about to break through to the half-step eternal realm, could not withstand the true eternal devil power. Chapter 4583. Di Jiutian was very strong. He could be said to be invincible below the Supremes. He could dominate both the mortal realm and the celestial realm. Such a powerful existence was now beaten to the point of vomiting blood. This scene really shocked all the experts who were watching the battle. At this time, the great sky demon hand formed by the demon from the eternal world came crashing down from the sky. It was as terrifying as a millstone that could destroy heaven and earth. Under the hands of the great sky demon, everything was obliterated. The void was being destroyed without a sound. Damn it! Just a little bit more. Di Jiutian channeled his Xian Qi with all his might. Dazzling divine light exploded from his body. It was as if his entire body was on fire. Within the divine light, countless Tao patterns appeared and intertwined. However, no matter how hard Di Jiutian fought, he could not fight against the demon. The demon's cultivation was higher than his after all. The great sky demon hand still came crashing down on Di Jiutian. Just as Di Jiutian was about to be destroyed by the great sky demon hand, a huge hand suddenly reached out from the side. It grabbed Di Jiutian and pulled him out from under the great sky demon hand. Boom! The great sky demon hand slammed down on the ground. The ground within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles collapsed. Dust rose high into the sky. Beams of demonic light shot out in all directions. Some unlucky fellows were pierced by the demonic light. They instantly turned into black dust and dissipated into the void. They had been destroyed in an instant. All the spectators were dumbfounded. They turned around and ran. Damn it. So even spectators had to pay the price with their lives. The demon suddenly turned around. 2 beams of blood-colored demonic light shot out from his demonic eyes. They were more than 10 miles long. They were like peerless demonic swords that pierced through the void. What are you being so fierce for? Be careful. I'll beat you up until all your teeth fall out. The person who had saved Di Jiutian was Tong Yu. Among everyone present, only Tong Yu had the ability to save Di Jiutian. No one else had the ability to do so. Furthermore, Gu Fei had not even come out of the chaos Immortal Mansion world. Haha, you're just a tiny native. So what if you took that step? Do you know the eternal law? The demon did not care about Tong Yu at all. The eternal law. When Tong Yu heard this, his expression immediately turned grave. I don't need your help. Di Jiutian was unusually calm. He was still holding onto his battle spear, but countless cracks had appeared on it. It looked as though it could break at any moment. Boom! In the next moment, an extremely powerful aura erupted from Di Jiutian's body. True eternal power was born in his body. He had finally taken the first step. Di Jiutian's life and death had been decided in an instant. Although it had only been a short period of time, Di Jiutian's entire life had flashed through his mind. When he was young, he was bullied and humiliated. After that, he joined a small sect. A few years later, that small sect was destroyed by other sections. His master and senior brothers were all dead, but he was still alive. Once his cultivation level was high enough, he would go back and kill everyone in the sect that had lost his master. From then on, he advanced triumphantly, sweeping through the 9 heavens. He even changed his name to Di Jiutian. He wanted to become a great emperor, and in the end he succeeded. Di Jiutian was the supreme emperor of the 9 heavens. Since ancient times, the number of great emperors that had appeared in the mortal world and the celestial planes could be counted on one hand. The supreme emperor of the 9 heavens was an existence that was on par with the Yin-Yang emperor. Di Jiutian recalled his life and gained an epiphany. At the juncture of life and death, he finally took that step and successfully transformed his divine power into eternal power. The eternal essence grew within his body. Only by successfully cultivating out the eternal essence could one be considered a half step into the eternal realm. Di Jiutian had begun transforming into the eternal Tao constitution. Naturally, this was not the true eternal stage. However, existences at the half-step eternal stage could already utilize some simple eternal laws. Neither Di Jiutian nor Tong Yu possessed eternal laws. This peerless magic and combat skill was firmly in the hands of the top forces in Eternal World. Eternal laws were not something that could be easily taught. Even the heir disciples of the top forces would find it difficult to obtain the complete eternal laws. With the exception of the top forces in Eternal World, only Gu Fei possessed eternal laws. Additionally, the eternal laws he created were in no way inferior to the eternal laws possessed by the top forces in Eternal World. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Tong, you looked at Di Jiutian with mixed feelings. This fellow actually gained an epiphany at the juncture of life and death. His luck was truly heaven-defying. Di Jiutian had plotted for countless years. He had even gone as far as to set up an ancient death trap in an entire world to gather endless life force before finally taking that step. In the end, he did not become a true eternal being. He was only a half-step eternal being. In Tong Yu's opinion, becoming a half-step eternal existence was already a very fortunate thing for him. Becoming a true extreme Tao Supreme was simply too difficult. But now, Di Jiutian gained an epiphany. His cultivation base broke through the shackles, and he broke through to the half-step eternal stage. In Tong Yu's opinion, this was too damn easy. Di Jiutian did not say anything. Instead, he tightened his grip on the battle spear, and a stream of eternal power flowed into the battle spear. Next, the countless cracks on the battle spear rapidly disappeared. Old friend, let's continue our campaign. Di Jiutian stroked the battle spear in his hand and muttered to himself, "Both of you, come at me together." The great demon from the eternal world glanced at the two of them coldly. He came from a supreme demon sect in the eternal world and had mastered supreme techniques. Having mastered eternal techniques, he was practically invincible among those at the same level. This was the source of Zhong Yan's confidence. Preposterous! Tong Yu was furious. This guy was just a half-step eternal fellow. They were at the same level. What right did he have to look down on him? How detestable! If you want to fight, I can do it alone. Di Jiutian stepped forward with the battle spear in his hand. Is that so? Then be careful, fellow Taoist. Tong Yu said. He retreated to the side. Since Di Jiutian wanted to fight this demon, he would let him do it. Bang! 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 With every step Di Jiutian took, the whole world shook. His aura continued to rise. It was as though the great Tao of heaven and earth was trembling under his feet. The aura that rushed out from his body directly dispersed the primordial qi of heaven and earth. Interesting. Zhong Yan stared at Di Jiutian and grinned. This guy's cultivation had just broken through to the half-step eternal realm, but the vitality in his body was extremely strong. Just this point alone showed that Di Jiutian was much stronger than those who had just broken through to the half-step eternal realm. After devouring Di Jiutian's essence, qi, and spirit, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. In Zhong Yan's eyes, Di Jiutian was his prey. Even Tong Yu was his prey. Kill! Di Jiutian did not hesitate. He directly attacked Zhong Yan. The battle spear in his hand instantly pierced out. The whole world was illuminated by the dazzling divine light. Hey! Zhong Yan sneered. He stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the spear that was piercing through him. In an instant, he grabbed the spear that was piercing through him. Let go! Zhong Yan shouted. The hand that grabbed the spear shook, trying to take away Di Jiutian's spear. However, countless Tao patterns suddenly burst out from the spear and shook off Zhong Yan's hand that was holding the spear. Several drops of devil blood dripped down and turned into a monstrous sea of blood. This was the sea of devil blood. As long as a living creature came into contact with a drop, it would be demonized and turned into a monster. Only existences stronger than Zhong Yan could ignore this sea of devil blood. Run! Countless experts who were watching the battle frantically fled into the distance. The sea of devil blood was rapidly expanding, directly submerging the surrounding area within a radius of millions of miles. Fortunately, this was the place where the heaven realm and the ether world met. Otherwise, many people would have died. This guy, everyone was shocked. The devil blood was directly submerging the entrance of the Chaos Immortal Mansion. Humph! At this moment, a force directly rushed out of the Chaos Immortal Mansion, directly dispersing the devil blood that was submerging it. A mass of divine light enveloped the entrance of the Chaos Immortal Mansion, blocking the devil blood that was continuing to submerge it. Master, Tong Yu turned to look at the entrance of the Chaos Immortal Mansion. Just now it was Gu Fei who had attacked. Only Gu Fei could block the surging demonic blood. Otherwise, if the demonic blood entered the primal Chaos Immortal Mansion world, the countless experts who were training in the primal Chaos Immortal Mansion world would suffer. Naturally, Gu Fei would not allow such a thing to happen. Whoosh! At the same time, a divine light directly broke through the devil blood sea and instantly arrived in front of Zhong Yan. This person was Di Jiutian. He had split the devil blood sea and was extremely domineering. Devil's chaotic cosmos. Zhong Yan shouted. His hands danced, and the entire heaven and earth shook. Extremely chaotic power exploded, and countless pitch-black cracks appeared in the sky. A terrifying destructive power spread out, shattering everything. Buzz! The spear in Di Jiutian's hand directly pierced into the chaotic void in front of Zhong Yan. However, the spear shook violently, as if it was facing a great resistance. The spear in Di Jiutian's hand shook violently. Cracks appeared on the spear again, as if it was about to be crushed by Zhong Yan's terrifying devil Tao power. Roar! Di Jiutian's long hair danced in the wind. His entire body seemed to be on fire. An unimaginable power erupted from his body, directly shaking the heaven and earth. Countless cracks appeared in the void around him. Seeing the spear in front of him, still piercing towards him, Zhong Yan couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that this guy had also grasped the eternal law? Zhong Yan guessed wrong this time. Di Jiutian did not grasp the eternal law. However, he had fought for a lifetime, and his combat experience was incomparably rich. His combat strength was far stronger than ordinary half-step eternal experts. Forcing me to use my ultimate move? Chapter 4584. The demon sect of Eternal World was definitely one of the top forces in Eternal World. The Eternal Demon Sect was the supreme demonic cultivator of Eternal World. Naturally, Eternal World was simply too big. The Eternal Demon Sect was incapable of completely unifying the demon plane and becoming the true overlord of the demonic Tao. However, there was no disputing the fact that the Eternal Demon Sect was the strongest demonic Tao force in Eternal World. As for Zhong Yan, he was an elder in the Eternal Devil Sect. Of course, there were many elders like Zhong Yan in the Eternal Devil Sect. Eternal experts were the strongest force in the Eternal Devil Sect. No matter which power or sect it was, only an Eternal Sovereign was in existence that held true authority. That was a battle power that could deter all directions. Only with an Eternal Sovereign overseeing the sect could a sect become a top-notch sect. The Eternal Demon Lord was definitely one of the strongest existences in Eternal World. As an elder of the Eternal Devil Sect, Zhong Yan had mastered the Eternal Law, which was a supreme art of the Devil Path. This made Zhong Yan almost invincible among those in the same realm. Once the Eternal Law was unleashed, Zhong Yan would be able to sweep through all opponents. Of course, almost. Meanwhile, outside the Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion, Di Jiutian was fighting Zhong Yan. He had been fighting for his entire life and was extremely powerful. His cultivation base had just broken through to the half-step Eternal Realm, but he was already able to fight Zhong Yan endlessly. Zhong Yan found this hard to believe. There were actually such heaven-defying madmen in this world, madly cultivating. Such pure warriors were the most terrifying. They lived for battle and they died for battle. It's been a long time since I've met such a lunatic. Zhong Yan's eyes were filled with madness. He had been trapped in the half-step Eternal Realm for too long. He needed to break through and become an Eternal Realm Devil Tao Supreme. However, it was difficult, too difficult. Now that he had met Di Jiutian, he could fight to his heart's content. This battle would stimulate his potential and allow him to break through the shackles of his cultivation. As long as he could become the true Eternal Devil Lord, he would be able to occupy a place in the Eternal Devil Sect. He would become the ruler of the Eternal Devil Sect, and not just a mere elder. Little fellow, to be able to witness the Eternal Law. Your death is worth it. Zhong Yan grinned as he stared at Di Jiutian. Humph! Eternal Law. Di Jiutian didn't think much of it. In his opinion, the so-called eternal laws were created by humans. Since others could create eternal laws, why couldn't he? You actually dare to look down on the eternal law? Very good. Very good. Zhong Yan didn't want to say anything more to Di Jiutian. In the next moment, an extremely dangerous aura erupted from his body. In the next moment, a wave of devil flame seeped out from his body. The devil flame seemed ordinary, but it burned the surrounding void to the point of being annihilated. This is the eternal law. Tong Yu, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, stared at Zhong Yan. The eternal law was too attractive to him. It was a cultivation technique created by an eternal existence. However, the might of the eternal law that his opponent had unleashed was extremely weak. The others didn't have any particular thoughts about the eternal law. The reason for that was because the eternal law was simply too distant for them. At this moment, Di Jiutian was glaring at Zhong Yan. He wanted to see just how heaven-defying this so-called eternal law was. Demonic fire refines the universe. Zhong Yan bellowed. In the next moment, boundless demonic flames erupted from his body and engulfed the entire world. More than a dozen experts, who were watching the battle from tens of thousands of miles away, were burned to ashes by the demonic flames. They didn't even have time to scream. Even an extreme grade supremacy died under the demonic flames. The extreme grade supremacy only struggled a few times in the demonic flames before dying. It was a pity that an extreme grade supremacy had lost his life just to watch a show. This was simply too unjust. Tong Yu, on the other hand, ran away the moment he saw that the situation wasn't right. Roar! Di Ju-tian roared angrily, shaking the 9 heavens. In the next moment, 9 great path bodies rushed out of his body at the same time. At this moment, all 9 of his great path bodies exuded an eternal aura that shook the world. At this moment, Di Ju-tian was already a half-step eternal existence. His 9 great path bodies had also undergone shocking changes. Boom! Powerful eternal power erupted from Di Ju-tian's 9 great path bodies at the same time and surged towards the burning devil flame. However, the power of this devil flame was very strong. Upon contact, the divine light emitted from Di Ju-tian's 9 great path bodies dimmed. Countless Tao patterns around the 9 great path bodies dissipated in the devil flame. What? Di Ju-tian couldn't help but be shocked. This guy's eternal law was really something. Even his 9 great path bodies couldn't withstand the devil flame? Kill! Di Ju-tian's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. His true body broke through the layers of devil flame and attacked Zhong Yan, who was in the middle of the devil flame. At the same time, his 9 great path bodies also attacked the devil flame. In an instant, the entire void that was enveloped by the devil flame was boiling. You're courting death. Zhong Yan used the devil clan's eternal law. In the next moment, the endless demonic flames actually condensed into demonic shadows. These demonic shadows were like a demonic army that surged towards Di Ju-tian and his 9 bodies of the great path like a tidal wave. Boom! It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses collided in an instant. Di Ju-tian and his 9 great path bodies directly collapsed into countless devil shadows. However, Di Ju-tian and his 9 great path bodies were also shaken away at the same time. This kind of demonic power was too overbearing. It could simply destroy everything. Di Ju-tian suffered a great impact. Almost all of his 9 great path bodies dissipated. Even if they didn't dissipate, they became blurry. Is this the power of the eternal law? Blood trickled down the corner of Di Ju-tian's mouth. Cracks appeared on the battle spear in his hand again. It looked as though it could break at any moment. The hand that held the battle spear was bleeding. Boom! Countless devil shadows surged forward again. In an instant, they engulfed Di Ju-tian and his 9 great path bodies. Can't even withstand a single blow. Zhong Yan sneered. This little fellow who had just advanced to the half-step eternal realm actually dared to take on the eternal law head-on. He was simply overestimating himself. He was simply courting death. There was no doubt about the power of the eternal law. Even in the eternal world, no one would dare to look down on the eternal law. It had to be known that it was a supreme technique created by an eternal paragon. Roar! Di Ju-tian struggled to break out from the countless devil shadows. His entire body was stained with blood. The battle spear in his hand was broken, and he kept coughing out blood. At this moment, he had to admit that the eternal law was indeed strong. It was ridiculously strong. In the face of the eternal law, no matter how rich one's combat experience was, it was useless. Hee, little fellow, you're not bad. You actually managed to block 2 of my attacks. If you submit to me now, you might still have a chance to live. Don't make a mistake. Zhong Yan really admired Di Ju-tian. I swear not to lower my head. Di Ju-tian gritted his teeth and said, Then go to hell. Zhong Yan completely lost his patience. In the next moment, countless devil shadows attacked Di Ju-tian. Preposterous! Di Ju-tian naturally did not want to die. But now, whether he lived or died was no longer up to him. Just as Di Jiutian was about to be killed by Zhong Yan, a beam of divine light shot out from the primal chaos immortal mansion. Then it swept up Di Jiutian and pulled him out from the countless devil shadows. "Who is it? Come out and die." Zhong Yan was furious when he saw someone save Di Jiutian. Hearing Zhong Yan's words, let alone Di Jiutian, even Tong Yu's face changed. This fellow must be tired of living. He actually dared to ask his master to come out and die? You've got guts. Tong Yu gave Zhong Yan a thumbs up. Your courage is commendable. He actually dared to speak like that. What an amazing person. Some people who knew about Gu Fei's background all admired Zhong Yan. That was Gu Fei. Who dared to speak to Gu Fei like that? If you don't come out, I'll kill my way in. Zhong Yan said loudly. At the same time, he actually set off monstrous devil flames and charged towards the entrance of the primal chaos immortal mansion. At this time, almost half of the people who were watching the battle instantly retreated. A battle of this level could be seen anywhere. It still attracted many experts to watch. However, they had to risk their lives to watch. Just as Zhong Yan was about to kill his way into the primal chaos immortal mansion, a huge hand directly slapped out from the entrance of the primal chaos immortal mansion. Bang! It was just a slap, but someone as powerful as Zhong Yan was actually sent flying. To be able to send a half-step eternal realm existence flying with a slap. Only Gu Fei in the primal chaos immortal mansion possessed such a cultivation base. How is this possible? Zhong Yan was sent flying with a slap. It was unknown how many bones in his body were broken. His whole body was terrifying, as if it was about to collapse. Eternal supremacy? Zhong Yan knew that he had kicked an iron plate today. You want to kill my people? Who do you think you are? A voice came from the primal chaos immortal mansion. What? When Zhong Yan heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. In front of an eternal supremacy, a half-step eternal realm existence was simply inferior to an ant. A slap could kill a large number of them. Swish! Zhong Yan didn't even think about it. He directly turned around and fled. I didn't tell you to scram. You actually dare to escape? Gu Fei's voice came from the primal chaos immortal mansion again. At the same time, a huge hand directly grabbed out from the primal chaos immortal mansion and grabbed Zhong Yan. Too weak. Gu Fei shook his head. Zhong Yan, who was caught by Gu Fei's huge hand, immediately vomited blood in anger. Gu Fei directly read Zhong Yan's memories without hesitation. Eternal Demon Sect? Gu Fei frowned. He didn't expect this fellow to be an elder of the Eternal Demon Sect. The Eternal Demon Sect was countless times stronger than the eternal godly dynasty of the Eternal World. The Eternal Demon Sect ruled over 2 great continents. Humph. So what? I'll deal with soldiers when they come. So what if it's the Eternal Demon Sect? If they dare to come after me, I'll kill my way to their doorstep sooner or later. Chapter 4585. Bam! Gu Fei tightened his grip on Zhong Yan's hand, causing the Eternal Devil Sect's elder to explode. A wisp of his primordial spirit flew out in an attempt to escape. Trying to escape? At this moment, a devouring power surged out from the chaos immortal mansion world, directly pulling Zhong Yan's primordial spirit into the chaos immortal mansion. This was the primordial spirit of an expert who was half a step into the eternal realm. This primordial spirit was an existence that was condensed from Zhong Yan's life force. How could Gu Fei waste such a huge amount of life force? In the next moment, Zhong Yan's primordial spirit appeared above the 9 heavens and appeared in front of Gu Fei. Eternal Lord, spare my life! Zhong Yan no longer had that domineering aura from before. He hurriedly begged for mercy. He did not want to die here, just like that. Spare you. Gu Fei laughed. So this guy was also a guy who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Eternal Lord, just treat me as a fart and let me go. Zhong Yan begged. At this moment, Di Jiutian and Tong Yu also came to Gu Fei's side. They were inexplicably shocked. They knew very well how powerful this great demon was. Moreover, this great demon had grasped the eternal technique. The power of the eternal devil sect's eternal technique was unimaginable. Gu Fei actually defeated this great demon so easily and even captured his primordial spirit. This kind of combat strength was simply too terrifying. When I searched your memories just now, there were countless living beings that died in your hands. You even destroyed many worlds. Do you think I will let such a ferocious great demon go? Gu Fei's voice was incomparably calm. I'll fight you to the death. Zhong Yan knew that once an existence of this level had the intention to kill him, there would only be one outcome for him, and that was death. Boom! A violent destructive force erupted from Zhong Yan's primordial spirit. Countless devil patterns exploded on his primordial spirit, forming a fatal destructive force. Self-destruct. Tong Yu and Di Jiutian were instantly shocked. With a so, Tong Yu immediately fled. This was the nascent soul of an existence at the half-step eternal realm. Once it exploded, even Tong Yu and Di Jiutian, who were also at the half-step eternal realm, might not be able to withstand it. Di Jiutian did not escape, but his face was solemn. Just as Zhong Yan's soul was about to explode, a huge hand directly pressed down on it, forcefully suppressing the soul that was about to explode. Rumble! A thunderous sound rang out in the void. Zhong Yan's soul discovered in shock that the power of his soul that was about to erupt had actually been forcefully pushed back. This made him so gloomy that he almost vomited blood. Without my permission, you can't die even if you want to. Gu Fei said indifferently. What exactly do you want? Zhong Yan was going all out. I'll eat you. After saying that, Gu Fei opened his mouth and sucked, directly swallowing Zhong Yan's soul into his stomach. This, Tong Yu and Di Jiutian were dumbfounded. Was this the legendary killing at the slightest disagreement? At the same time, Gu Fei triggered the grand formation of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world. The endless life force condensed by the grand formation also frantically gathered towards Gu Fei. Master, this is... When Tong Yu saw this scene, his expression changed several times. His master was about to break through to the legendary realm. All of you retreat. I'm going into seclusion. Gu Fei said to Tong Yu and Di Jiutian. Yes, master. Yes, master. Di Jiutian and Tong Yu immediately retreated. Soon, Gu Fei turned into a divine cocoon. This was a kind of nirvana, but also a kind of rebirth. As long as Gu Fei could succeed, he would be an eternal supreme. If he failed, he might even lose his life. Master is finally going to break through. Di Jiutian vaguely guessed something and couldn't help but be shocked. At this time, the trial in the Chaos Immortal Mansion world continued. At this time, all the experts in the great world didn't know, and they were still fighting over the treasures in this world. Even though the outside world was extremely chaotic, Gu Fei was already in seclusion. In reality, the people in control of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world were Di Jiutian and Tong Yu. At this time, in a region of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world, Qin Yao and the woman in white actually lost the old turtle, which made them extremely depressed. That guy. The woman in white was really angry. This was the purple lotus of enlightenment, which could help people understand the Tao. With the purple lotus of enlightenment, they could cultivate countless sages. But now, the purple lotus of enlightenment had been taken by the old turtle. Kill! The woman in white didn't hesitate and directly attacked Qin Yao, a pair of fists directly smashing towards Qin Yao. This was the martial divine fist. A terrifying fist force erupted. An entire region collapsed. Countless mountains turned into dust, completely disappearing into the void. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Qin Yao extended her right hand and directly displayed the heavenly palm transformation, which met the mighty fist force head-on. Rumble! The two forces collided in an instant, causing an extremely shocking explosion. A circle of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye immediately spread out. Wherever the ripples passed, everything was mercilessly obliterated. This time, the spectators had learned their lesson. They didn't send their real bodies, only an incarnation or a clone to watch the battle. Even so, more than a dozen blurry figures were directly annihilated by the spreading circle of transparent ripples. Seeing this scene, the experts who had sent out their incarnations or clones secretly wiped away cold sweat. If their real bodies were present just now, they would have been destroyed in body and soul. The battle erupted, and the region was instantly destroyed. Countless living beings died. Just as Qin Yao and the woman in white were fighting in the eternal world, in the eternal devil sect, a bell rang throughout the ancestral grounds of the eternal devil sect. Elder Zhong Yan is dead. A voice sounded, and there was a hint of panic in it. What? How is this possible? Zhong Yan is dead. Everyone in the ancestral grounds of the eternal devil sect found it hard to believe. Zhong Yan was a half-step eternal existence. Who in the lower realms could kill him? But the fact was that Zhong Yan's life plate was broken. Zhong Yan had really died in the lower realms. This was an indisputable fact. Send someone to see what's going on. An eternal demon ancestor spoke up. For a moment, all the noise in the eternal devil sect disappeared. Eternal Lord, I'll go. A person stepped forward. It was a woman in black with a mask over her face. She exuded a faintly discernible eternal aura. She was also a half-step eternal existence. All right, you go. After the eternal level demon ancestor finished speaking, he no longer spoke. With Elder Zhong Yu taking action, those people in the lower realms are going to suffer. Someone said something like that. Yes, something must have happened in the lower realms. Someone was very calm. Zhong Yan had died in the lower realms. It seemed that either he had a death wish or an extraordinary existence had appeared in the lower realms and killed him. Chapter 4586. Half-step eternal existences were almost invincible in the primordial realm, and even the mortal realm and heaven realm. This kind of existence was enough to sweep through an entire realm. An eternal demon sect elder had died, and this elder had mastered the eternal law. Naturally, the eternal demon sect wouldn't let this go. At this time, Gu Fei was in seclusion. Although Tong Yu and Di Jiutian were also half-step eternal existences, they hadn't mastered the eternal law. The eternal law was a trump card. It was used to deal with natives like Tong Yu and Di Jiutian, and it would definitely be able to kill them without any suspense. After all, it was the eternal law. If it weren't for Gu Fei, even if Di Jiutian and Tong Yu attacked together, they definitely wouldn't be a match for Zhong Yan, an eternal demon sect elder who had mastered the eternal law. But in front of Gu Fei, Zhong Yan couldn't withstand a single blow. This was the difference between a true eternal paragon and a half-step eternal expert. An eternal paragon could kill a half-step eternal expert with a single finger. Zhong Yan's death wasn't unjust. Although Gu Fei was in seclusion, the trial in the primal chaos immortal mansion was still going on. Experts from all over the world were competing for all kinds of good fortune. Boom! In the eastern region of the primal chaos immortal mansion, a mountain shrouded in demonic energy suddenly exploded, and a stone coffin rushed out. Monstrous demonic energy erupted from the stone coffin. The experts in the vicinity were all indescribably shocked. What a powerful demonic energy! Someone exclaimed. This demonic energy has a strong death aura. Could it be that the demonic corpse in the stone coffin has changed? Some people were a little uneasy. The appearance of the demonic corpse has really benefited us primitive demons. 1,000 miles away on a mountain, a demonic figure completely shrouded in demonic energy suddenly lit up with 2 blood-red lights. Swish! The demonic figure directly soared into the sky and rushed toward the stone coffin. At the same time, the experts in the eastern region of the Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion also rushed in the direction of the stone coffin. Even Guling was alarmed. The old turtle's figure also appeared near the stone coffin. There were also many powerful demonic shadows watching from the side. One had to know that not only did the ancestral realm have demons, but the human realm, heavenly realm, and even the grand beginning realm also had demons. This time, Gu Fei didn't refuse anyone who came to the Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion. As long as they were half-step into the eternal realm, they were qualified to enter the Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion. Quite a few cultivators of the Devil Dao had come to the trial by fire of the Primal Chaos Immortal Estate. However, in the end, the demons were the public enemy of the world. When the quasi-supremes of the demons entered the Primal Chaos Immortal Mansion world, they would naturally attract the attacks of countless experts. However, some of the more powerful demons ignored everything and went on a killing spree in the Chaos Immortal Mansion world. Swoosh! Very quickly, a demonic hand reached out to grab the stone coffin in the sky, wanting to take it away. Kill! Just at this moment, a furious roar suddenly came from the distant sky. A resplendent saber light chopped down from the sky, instantly chopping off the demonic hand that was grabbing at the stone coffin. The blood-colored saber light illuminated the entire world in the color of blood. A blood-haired demon appeared in the distant sky. Crimson Morn, what do you want? The demon who attacked first said coldly, Heavenly Gloom, this thing isn't yours. The blood-haired demon said coldly, Get lost. A figure with mighty demonic energy soared into the sky and directly pounced on the stone coffin in the sky. He directly opened his inner world and wanted to take away the stone coffin. The demon, named Crimson, more naturally wouldn't let him take away the stone coffin so easily. He directly urged his demonic saber to attack. Swoosh! The blood-colored saber light cut through the sky and directly slashed into the opponent's inner world. The demon, named Heavenly Gloom, hurriedly closed his inner world. However, through the entrance of the inner world, many people saw that countless mountains in Heavenly Gloom's inner world had collapsed, and a saber mark that looked like an abyss had appeared on the ground. The inner world opened by a quasi-supreme level demon should be extremely stable, but in front of an expert of the same level, it was very fragile. Kill! The two demons fought fiercely. At this moment, the stone coffin emitted endless demonic light, and every demonic light penetrated the void. The two demons exclaimed and immediately retreated. The demonic light also penetrated their demonic bodies, and the power of death in the demonic light was actually obliterating their vitality. Regardless of demonic path or other cultivators, the vitality in the body was the origin of life. Once the vitality was cut off, only death awaited them. The two demons, Heavenly Gloom and Crimson Morn, were not shocked because they were the closest to the stone coffin, and their bodies were penetrated by at least a dozen demonic lights. All at once they were weakened. Go to hell! At this moment, someone suddenly attacked. A black shadow suddenly appeared behind Heavenly Gloom, and with just a punch, he directly exploded Heavenly Gloom's demonic body. Heavenly Gloom's demonic body directly turned into a cloud of blood mist, and even his spirit couldn't escape and was directly shattered in the void. A quasi-supreme level demon was actually killed by a punch, just like that. The strength of the newcomer shocked everyone inexplicably. Humph! Can't even withstand a single blow. That person was a young man in white, and his aura was earth-shattering. Especially the power of his punch just now. It was simply terrifying, as if it could shatter the sky. Martial divine fist again? In the distant sky, Qi Niao's pupils involuntarily shrank when she saw the punch of the young man in white. She was very familiar with this kind of incomparably overbearing fist technique because she had experienced this martial divine fist before. If it wasn't for Gu Fei imparting the eternal technique to her, she was afraid that she would have been killed by this martial divine fist. Without any suspense, Crimson Morn was also killed by the young man in white. Then, under everyone's extremely shocked gazes, the young man in white directly rushed towards the stone coffin and then blasted his fist on the stone coffin. The extremely strong fist force instantly erupted. Boom! With a loud bang, the stone coffin floating in the air directly exploded, and a figure with monstrous demonic chi rushed out of the stone coffin and fiercely pounced towards the young man in white. Just a small demonic corpse, and you dare to be so fierce? The young man in white clenched his 5 fingers and directly blasted towards the demonic corpse. The matchless fist force erupted, and the whole world was shaking. This kind of fist technique could be said to be invincible, and it was a supreme combat skill created by the evolution of martial arts to the extreme. One punch could break all kinds of divine powers, regardless of whether it was an eternal technique or not. Bang! The demonic corpse was directly blasted thousands of miles away by the punch of the young man in white, and a large part of its chest caved in, but it didn't directly explode. Chapter 4587. The birth of the corpse demon was earth-shattering, attracting the attention of countless experts. Even the disciples of the Wuji immortal sect had joined the fray. The Wuji immortal sect was not a force that the eternal divine dynasty could compare to. The martial extreme immortal sect was a top-level force in an eternal world. The martial extreme immortal sect occupied a total of 7 to 8 great continents of eternal world. Even if a random disciple from the martial extreme immortal sect were to wander about, not many would dare offend him. The martial extreme immortal sect was known as the #1 fighter in eternal world. For a sect to proclaim itself as the #1 combat sect in eternal world, that was enough to deter everyone. Boom! The disciple of the martial extreme celestial sect executed the martial extreme divine fist and actually blasted the corpse demon away. His battle prowess was so strong that it caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. The disciples of the immortal sect are indeed extraordinary. Seeing that, some of the experts from eternal world could not stop themselves from exclaiming, "What a powerful demonic body!" Meng Ao, the disciple from the martial extreme celestial sect, was also surprised. His martial extreme divine fist was invincible. His fists were practically invincible among those of the same cultivation realm. Now, when his fist landed on the corpse devil's chest, it only caused the corpse devil's chest to collapse, and he was almost scratched by the sharp claws of this corpse demon. "Meng Ao, can you do it?" "Ha!" Someone laughed. "Yue, are you courting death?" Meng Ao stared at the person who had spoken as a chilling killing intent erupted from his body. "I want to die, but can you kill me?" Yue said contemptuously. Yue came from another top force in eternal world, the immortal sect. The eternal immortal sect was the overlord of the immortal Tao in eternal world. Although the martial extreme immortal sect was very strong, the eternal immortal sect was not weak either. Furthermore, countless years ago, the martial zenith immortal sect and the eternal immortal sect had both been part of the immortal martial Tao sect. However, for some reason, internal strife had broken out in the immortal martial Tao sect, and many people had died. In the end, the immortal martial Tao sect was divided into 2 major powers, the martial zenith immortal sect and the eternal immortal sect. Moreover, the 2 forces were constantly fighting against each other. When Meng Ao and Yue met, they naturally opposed each other with equal harshness. Guling and the rest were naturally happy to watch the show from the side. Junior's sister, Qin Yao, came to Guling's side. Guling looked at Qin Yao with a smile that was not a smile. "Where's my Uncle Gue?" Qin Yao gnashed her teeth in anger when she heard Guling mention the old turtle. That bastard had actually stolen the Enlightenment Violet Lotus while she was fighting with the white-robed woman from the martial extreme immortal sect. He was simply too despicable. That despicable and shameless guy. Don't let me see him, or else. Qin Yao wanted to continue. "Haha, niece, why are you?" At this moment, a loud laugh rang out. The old tortoise walked towards Guling. "Aya, I still have something to do. I'll be leaving first." When Old Tortoise saw Qin Yao, he was shocked. He turned around and was about to run away. Hee hee, senior sister, now that you've seen my Uncle Turtle, what do you want? Guling was overjoyed. You old turtle, stop right there. Qin Yao roared and chased after Old Tortoise. Old Tortoise, if I stop just because you tell me to, wouldn't I lose face? Old Tortoise quickened its pace when it heard Qin Yao's roar. You despicable and shameless bastard. See if I don't beat you to death. Qin Yao was fuming. However, Old Tortoise was quite good at escaping. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape from Qin Yao and the white-robed woman's joint pursuit. Old Tortoise and Qin Yao disappeared into the horizon one after another. Guling noticed that the martial extreme immortal sect disciple who was fighting the corpse demon was in trouble. That disciple was very strong, and his martial extreme divine fist was an eternal realm battle technique. However, the corpse demon couldn't be killed. To be more precise, the corpse demon was dead and had fallen for countless years. Dead things naturally couldn't be killed. The martial extreme immortal sect disciple couldn't kill the corpse demon, and instead, he was tainted by the death chi. Roar! Mang Ao of the martial extreme immortal sect roared and punched the corpse demon again. At the same time, he shook off the death chi on his body. Mang Ao, scram if you can't do it. Let me do it. The eternal immortal sect disciple named Yu Wei said disdainfully. Mang Ao was furious. His face turned red as he roared. Yu Wei, if you say another word, I'll teach you a lesson. TSK, so what if I say it? Yu Wei said and raised his middle finger at Mang Ao. Universe severance. Mang Ao didn't waste any more words. He used his other trump card. His fists actually split into yin and yang. The two energies seemed to have turned into a yin-yang millstone and rushed towards the corpse demon to destroy it. This time, under the suppression of the yin-yang millstone, the corpse demon actually collapsed in the void and was forcefully grinded into pieces. Yu Wei died. Mang Ao turned and charged at Yu Wei. You think I'm afraid of you? Yu Wei sneered and formed a seal with both hands. In the next moment, a huge bolt of purple lightning shot down from the sky towards Mang Ao. Roar! Mang Ao simply punched towards the sky, and those lightning bolts with a terrifying aura were directly dispersed in the void. Eat my fist! Without any hesitation, Mang Ao struck out with his martial divine fist. The moment the fist was unleashed, the entire world shook, as though it could destroy the heavens and earth. Heaven sealing imprint art. Yu Wei didn't dare to be careless and immediately used his trump card. He formed a seal with both hands and struck forward. A power that could seal the heavens erupted from his hands. It was as if the entire world and the void had frozen. Boom! Mang Ao's fist collided with Yu Wei's imprint. In the next moment, the two forces collided, and a terrifying energy wave burst out. This wave of energy spread out, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear one after another in the void. Eternal law. Seeing this, Guling's eyes lit up. Her father, Gu Fei, had also created an eternal law. She was very strong and wanted to fight with these guys. She wanted to see if her father's eternal law was stronger, or these guys' eternal laws were stronger. Who was her father? The eternal law he created was definitely not inferior to any other eternal law. In the end, they still ended up fighting. Many of the experts from Eternal World stared anxiously at the two experts fighting. The conflict between the martial extreme immortal sect and the eternal immortal sect was no secret in Eternal World's world of cultivation. The two forces had been fighting for a long time. If the disciples and successors of these two forces were to meet, a great battle would surely break out. Mang Ao versus Yu Wei. This was definitely going to be a spectacular battle. No one wanted to miss it. More and more experts gathered there. Chapter 4588. The fact that there was another world beneath the eastern region of the primal chaos immortal mansion shocked everyone. That's Tong Yu, who was overseeing the primal chaos immortal mansion in place of Gu Fei, couldn't help but frown. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Do you know what it is? Di Jutian sat cross-legged in the sky, his blood-stained spear resting on his knees. With every breath he took, he absorbed vast amounts of worldly essence. Countless Tao patterns flickered in and out of the void around him as he inhaled and exhaled. An obscure eternal aura emanated from Di Jiotian's body. This was a sign that Di Jiotian's cultivation had broken through to the half-step eternal realm. Tong Yu glanced at this fellow who was like an ant in his eyes not too long ago, and then he said, "This was originally my world, my world. I know what it is." Di Jiotian didn't even look at Tong Yu. He didn't say anything else. Meanwhile, in the eastern region of the primal chaos immortal mansion, the entire sky was shrouded by the devil chi surging out of the ground. Countless experts were watching, but no one knew what was inside. Haha, since none of you dare go down, I'll go first. Right at this moment, a roar of laughter resounded, and then a figure charged over from afar. He actually plunged headfirst into the ground and vanished into the entrance. Who's that? Everyone was bewildered. Roar! The man's angry roar came from underground. He seemed to have run into some trouble. Humph! Meng Ao from the martial extreme immortal sect sneered and charged into the ground as well. Where do you think you're going? The remaining experts from the eternal immortal sect chased after him and disappeared into the entrance. Rumble. In the next moment, the entire ground shook and the ground opened up. Countless ancient buildings appeared before everyone's eyes. Under the ground, there was a huge city. Outside the city, there were bones everywhere. Some belonged to humans, and some belonged to the outsiders. Countless corpses floated in the moat. A city of death? Everyone who witnessed this scene was indescribably shocked. The ghost town was very big, and it was shrouded in black demonic chi. The scenery inside the ghost town was very blurry. Some people directly opened their heavenly eyes, wanting to see into the ghost town. However, that guy with the heavenly, I only opened it to take a look at the ghost town before he let out a miserable shriek and didn't dare to look again. At this time, the most shocking thing was that Yu Wei and the others who had just entered the ghost town seemed to have disappeared. No one could sense their auras. Even Gu Ling could not sense it. The endless aura of death contained within the ghost city was definitely comparable to a peerless divine medicine to some of the evil sections. Inside the ghost city, there were also treasures flickering. Some people seemed to have seen a divine medicine in human form appearing and disappearing in the city. Immortal godly medicine? The experts, who were still hesitating, were instantly energized. One after another, powerful figures rushed out, rushing towards the underground ghost town. An undying divine medicine was something that even an extreme Tao supremacy would covet. Just as everyone was rushing towards the ghost city, Yu Wei and Meng Ao, who had just rushed into the ghost city, suddenly rushed out. Their bodies were stained with blood, and they were in an extremely sorry state. Asterisk boom. Asterisk at the same time. A huge pillar of light rushed out from the ghost town. Golden radiance lingered around it, and the resplendent radiance was incomparably divine. It emitted a mountain-like pressure. Everyone was stupefied when they saw this scene. In a split second, heaven and earth shook. A torrential energy, fluctuation, exploded out from the ghost town. Those experts who were rushing towards the ghost town were all sent flying as cries of alarm resounded. What? Gu Ling was incomparably shocked. Asterisk boom. Asterisk another loud sound rang out from the ghost town. The entire heaven and earth trembled. Countless cultivators felt as though they were standing on a huge wave that was undulating up and down. They were shaken to the point that they were on the verge of collapse. Huge cracks even appeared in the surrounding space, as though it could collapse at any time. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the loud sound rang out again. It was as though there was a prehistoric, giant beast suppressed within the ghost town. This prehistoric giant beast that was awakened was currently attacking the seal, wanting to rush out from the ghost town. As expected, up in the sky, Tong Yu's expression became very unsightly. At this moment, the walls of the ghost town were covered in spiderweb-like cracks, as though it could collapse at any time. Just when the loud sound rang out again, a faint layer of treasure radiance suddenly surged out from the entire ghost town. The originally violently trembling, enormous ghost town actually gradually stabilized. The numerous huge cracks in the surrounding space instantly returned to their original state under the envelopment of the treasure radiance. The unimaginably violent energy that erupted from the ghost town was actually suppressed. Humph. You still want to overturn the heavens? Up in the sky, Tong Yu sneered. F***CK. What's going on? Quickly flee. Is it the birth of an extreme Tao artifact? Outside the ghost town, shouts and cries of alarm rang out, and everyone was thrown into disorder. Boom, 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 boom. The sounds of collision became more and more urgent and ferocious. But under the envelopment of the incomparably pure and holy radiance, the ghost town did not crumble from the boundless energy underground. Just when everyone thought that the ghost town's restrictive technique would be able to suppress the existence within the ghost town, the sound of something breaking suddenly resounded out from within the ghost town. In the next moment, a dazzling radiance flashed for an instant. Buzz. Immediately after, a soft hum resounded. The sound was like the cry of a phoenix from the 9 heavens. Suddenly, a ball of devil light shot out from within the ghost town. That ball of devil light directly broke the ghost town's restrictive technique. Then, that ball of devil light suddenly erupted with countless devil blades that shot out in all directions, slashing towards countless cultivators. What? Up in the sky, Tong Yu, who was originally calm and unperturbed, suddenly stood up. He found it hard to believe that that thing could actually break his seal. How was this possible? At this time, many extremely powerful figures appeared outside the ghost town. One of them emitted boundless golden divine light, and within the divine light, a woman could be faintly seen. The golden goddess had arrived. Peerlessly powerful golden energy erupted from her body, shaking heaven and earth. Her cultivation had already reached the limit of a quasi-supreme. She only needed one more step and she would become an extreme Tao supremacy. However, she also had the shackles of her bloodline. If she could not break through the shackles of her bloodline, no matter how heaven-defying her talent was, no matter how hard she worked, it would be impossible for her to become an extreme Tao supremacy. She wanted to come to the primal chaos immortal mansion world to try her luck. However, just as she arrived, she encountered the scene of the birth of a peerless demon. Chapter 4589. Gu Fei went into seclusion to attack the Eternal Realm, allowing Tong Yu to regain control of the primal chaos immortal mansion world. Although Tong Yu had regained control of the primal chaos immortal mansion world, he didn't dare to have any improper thoughts, because Gu Fei had placed a restrictive spell on his body. His life or death was in the hands of Gu Fei. And at this time in the eastern region of the primal chaos immortal mansion world, an unexpected change occurred. A fiendish demon that had been sealed underground in the city of death had unexpectedly escaped. This fellow actually endured for so long and still hasn't died. Tong Yu was truly surprised because he had personally sealed this fiendish demon into the city of death countless years ago. He had originally thought that this fiendish demon was completely dead, but who would have thought that it would jump out again? Truly a centipede that dies but never falls down. Tong Yu shook his head somewhat helplessly. In the end, he had still been too careless. Roar! At this time, in the eastern region of the primal chaos immortal mansion world, a demonic howl shook the 9 heavens. A peerless fiendish demon had descended into the mortal world, and the countless living beings in the primal chaos immortal mansion world were all terrified to the extreme. His body has primordial chaos origin energy. If any of you have the ability, go and hunt him down." A voice came down from the 9 heavens, spreading throughout the primal chaos immortal mansion world. What? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Primordial chaos origin energy? How is this possible? Millions of miles away, the fleeing old tortoise suddenly stopped. Despicable and shameless old tortoise, aren't you going to escape? A figure rapidly approached from behind the old tortoise. This person's purple robes fluttered in the wind, and her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. Who else could it be but Qin Yao? I already said that I'm not a tortoise. If you call me a tortoise again, be careful that I really get angry. The old tortoise, fiercely, turned to stare at Qin Yao. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Qin Yao sneered. When she had fought with the white-robed woman, Gu Fei had taught her the heavenly transformation hand. This was an eternal battle technique, and with it in hand, she was full of confidence and didn't fear anyone. Of course, she didn't dare to cause trouble for Guling. Guling was Gu Fei's only daughter. There was absolutely no doubt that Gu Fei had taught her the eternal law. Who would dare to provoke an ancient spirit who had grasped the eternal law? All right, isn't it just a purple lotus of enlightenment? So what if I give it to you? As he spoke, He Tian took out the jade box that sealed the purple lotus of enlightenment and tossed it to Qin Yao. Qin Yao caught the box and said proudly, "At least you are sensible. Otherwise, I'll let you have a taste of my heaven transforming hand." The corner of old tortoise's mouth twitched. Gu Fei actually passed the heavenly transformation palm to you and not to me. He and Gu Fei were brothers who had gone through trials and tribulations together. He knew that if he asked Gu Fei to pass the heavenly hand to him, Gu Fei would definitely agree. However, he couldn't bring himself to say it. He was the descendant of the Grand Emperor. So how could he covet the techniques of others? Moreover, that person was his brother, and Gu Fei had already imparted the 9 secrets of immortal Tao to him. He was even more embarrassed to speak. Old Tortoise suddenly smiled and said to Qin Yao, "I'm going to hunt demons. Are you coming?" "Of course I'm going. The chaotic primordial origin is good stuff." Qin Yao blurted out without hesitation. Old Tortoise suddenly rolled his eyes. Why don't we join forces?" Join forces? Qin Yao couldn't help but be moved in her heart when she heard this. Even though this old turtle is slightly despicable and shameless, I have to admit that this fellow really has great ability, especially his ability to flee. It's probably only He Tian amongst those of the same cultivation realm that can compare to him. However, this guy was extremely cunning. If he stabbed her in the back at a crucial moment, she would be in big trouble. Old Tortoise saw Qin Yao's thoughtful expression and said, "If you're not willing, then forget it. I'll find someone else." He was about to leave after saying that. He would first contact He Tian, the Xin siblings, and the Golden Goddess. It was time to contact that monkey too, who said, "I'm not willing." Qin Yao frowned and looked coldly at the old tortoise. She had the eternal battle skill, heavenly transformation hand, and was not afraid of this damned old tortoise at all. If this old tortoise dared to play tricks in front of her, All right, then what are we waiting for? Old Tortoise directly soared into the sky and rushed in the direction of the peerless fiendish demon. The chaotic primordial origin was even rarer than the primordial origin violet aura. With the chaotic primordial origin, one might be able to break through the bloodline shackles and become an extreme supremacy. Of course, the fortune divine fruit that Gu Fei obtained could also change his fate and break through the bloodline shackles to become a supremacy. Gu Ling also had bloodline shackles. Why are you running so fast? Qin Yao also hurriedly soared into the sky and chased after the old tortoise. At this time, the eastern region of the Chaos Immortal Mansion world had completely fallen into chaos. Guling, the white-robed woman, the Golden Goddess, the Golden Spiritual Ape Yuan Hong, and other experts all attacked. Everyone seemed to be on steroids as they attacked the peerless fiendish demon. Scram! The fiendish demon roared angrily and waved his right hand. The experts attacking him were all sent flying, coughing up blood. Those with weaker cultivations were directly shattered into a mist of blood. Even Guling had no choice but to retreat. Roar! The golden spiritual ape Yuanhong was ferocious to the extreme. He actually leaped into the air and smashed his staff towards the demon's head. Swish! Yuanhong broke through the layers of demonic energy, and the black staff in his hand instantly smashed above the peerless fiendish demon's head. However, the peerless fiendish demon only stretched out its hand and grabbed Yuanhong's black staff. What? Yuanhong was truly shocked. The other party could actually grab his staff with his bare hands. Didn't that mean that this guy's cultivation was far above his? Before he could finish his thought, a fist had already smashed into his chest. Without any suspense, Yuanhong was directly sent flying by the peerless fiendish demon. Martial Extreme, Divine Fist. The disciples of the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect from the Eternal World attacked. Rumble, a boundlessly domineering fist force erupted, shaking heaven and earth. As soon as the Martial Extreme Divine Fist was unleashed, even the peerless fiendish demon was caught off guard and was actually forced to retreat. Endless demonic energy was scattered by the fist force. Everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked. The Eternal Combat Technique is an eternal combat technique after all. Someone exclaimed. This time, many people from the eternal world had also come. Many of the divine sons and goddesses from the top forces had also come. These people were all shocking experts. Once these people attacked, they would definitely be able to sweep away everything in their path. However, these people still watched and had no intention of making a move. It was just a little fiendish demon. They would let the guys from the Martial Extreme Immortal Sect play with him. The real top existences were still watching from the sidelines.